Tēnā tātou te whānau, nau mai haere mai ki ngā whakataitai poi pātū kura tuarua o Aotearoa. Kei North Shore Squash Club tātou katoa ko Cassius Levy toko ingoa.
Well, thank you there, Cassius. Dave Worsley, how as we get ready for the second game of this match between Gisborne Boys High School and Marlborough Boys College. It is the Marlborough Boys College second team, and we have Ben Pottinger up against Keanu Makari here at the North Shore Squash Club. And Cassius, seen some good action so far on the court between these two players already. What are you thinking about the way they're playing? There's so many different schools here and so many different players, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. And
yeah, go for it there, Cassius. Have you actually been on court yourself so far? I'm seeing you in a uniform.
I've just played a game about an hour ago, so I'm still kind of warm, but
you're still quite warmed up. Should I ask how you went?
We had an unfortunate loss against Whangarei Boys High, losing 5-love, but boys definitely played well, and I'm definitely proud of the team.
Well, Whangarei Boys High are a very good school. We know that
definitely.
They're one of the, I guess they'd probably be the third seeds in my mind, or very close to it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're first seed at the moment.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
And Marlborough Boys, their top team is probably one of the top schools as well.
Yep, definitely. They've got quite a few good players. They're top two of two A2s and then the rest of B graders, so very strong team, and look forward to the finals.
All right, and the first game they're going to Ben Pottinger. You can see him there in the all-blue shirt against Keanu Makari, who has the red number 3 on his back there. And nice long rally. Oh, goes for the drop. Doesn't quite come off on that one. So 2-love there to Pottinger from Marlborough. And for you, Cassius, would you say that players who can get plenty of depth on the ball and hit the back wall more often, particularly on these courts here at North Shore, are going to do better? Would that be correct?
In some cases, yes. Getting depth and playing long is definitely a key thing to squash. But yeah, definitely getting that depth is definitely the way to go.
Oh, and there's not quite what he wanted there for Keanu Makari. And the left-hander from Marlborough Boys, Pottinger. 1 point up, 1 game up as well. Oh, my goodness. Okay. He just looks at the ball afterwards, Cassius. You've done that sort of shot yourself?
Oh, plenty of times, mate. It's definitely not a good feeling.
Well, I think sometimes you're thinking one shot ahead too much.
Yeah, that is what most people think in games. They're just thinking too far forward ahead and not focusing on the play in front of them. But
back to the body and just a little bit too relaxed there. Perhaps needed to move his feet. We're at 4-all. And I know there's a huge number of schools from around the country taking part, from Whangarei, as you mentioned, to I believe there's a couple of schools from Christchurch as well.
Yep.
And also the New Zealand junior team. Most of the players are actually taking part, even though they fly out tonight for the World Junior Champs in France.
Yep.
So that's so many of them actually want to play and actually be part of this because their schools are potentially in with a chance. It's like, okay, I'll still be sweaty when I get on the plane, but it doesn't matter. Oh, a lot of good play up there by the front wall. And finally the drop shot comes off. They're just figuring out which side to go to. And Pottinger now 7-4 up after taking the first game as well. And for you, Cassius, your te reo, you've been learning that for how long? It's been part of your life, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've grown up around Māori culture and Māori schools. I've been going to Kura Kaupapa since I was, first started going to school, so since the age of 5 till I was about 12, and then I started moving to Francis Douglas to play for the squash team. But yeah, definitely grown growing up around Māori culture has definitely been a big part of my life, and yeah, I enjoy that.
Oh, there we go. No bounce back on that one. And we're up to a game point. We should be. No, I'm anticipating going a little bit too fast there, I think. Oh, that one is a bit of a strange bounce. Not too sure what Kiana Makari was doing on that one, but now it is a game point for the left-hander, Pottinger. Sets himself up nicely. There we go. Plays it away off his off the backhand wall, and 11-6 to Marlborough Boys player Pottinger. He's up by 2 games to 1, or 2 games to love.
Ka toa Ben Pottinger kia anu Mākiri mo ko ngā piro ko te kaumatai ki te waru. Te kaumatai ki te waru.
All right, thank you very much there, Cassius Levy. We'll come back with the third game in just one moment. Coming back now for the third game, and it is Pottinger, the left-hander. Oh, nice depth on that serve. What do you think about that? Cassius hit the...
Ka rewe te haua atu mai Ben Pottinger I tēnā piro.
It's one of those shots that you want to hit all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. A great serve always.
When it goes off your way, it's fantastic. When it goes against you, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the lob serve was very effective there for Makari. He's trying it again, and it comes off again. There you go. I think he's onto something here. Put it the high lob serve to the left-hander. Let's see how much lift he gets on this. Oops. Plenty of lift. Great point there.
Kāra with amo mai kia anu Mākiri tēnā piro, tēnā pai.
I mean, that was a good point anyway. We had the drops, we had the depth, we had the good serves, and it really did feature everything. And we're seeing a little bit of a turnaround here with Makari now up 5-1 over Pottinger, albeit 2 sets to love down. Would that go? I think that was out. Let's see if the lefty Pottinger can get back into this a little bit. It's only 3 points away. And both players having a real good go at it this time. And nicely picked up. Yep, that's much better play from Pottinger. And a lot of depth in the first few shots, and then using the drop shot to win the point. And certainly the quality of squash just really has picked up in this, the third. There we go. Yep, this score run the right way now. 6-3, but this third game, both players, oh, look at that, well disguised, wasn't it?
It's a good shot. It's a good shot. The intensity has definitely been been picking up in this set. It's really good to watch. Nice pace from both the boys.
And there we go, hitting the join between the glass and the back wall, the back floor, and no bounce back. Well, I'm not sure what the coach has said to them in that break after the second game, but it's worked in the intensity, and it's been quite nice there for Pottinger. It's come from 3-6 down to 6-all. And now 7-6 for the Gisborne boys high player. And Cassius, you didn't say what your school is. What school you attending?
Currently attending school of Francis Douglas Memorial College.
Okay.
I've been there for 2 years now. It was a little bit hard for the transition from Māori to English. It was kind of difficult, but second year I'm going really well, and yeah, it's pretty good.
In the sense you said the transition, what do you mean by that?
Just like the learning style that English schools have compared to Māori. Māori schools are really like calm about learning and not like pushing you hard. But yeah, since I've been at Francis Douglas, I've definitely been getting pushed harder, but yeah, it's definitely good little change there for me.
Well, in a good position now is Makari. There we go, 10-7 up, game ball. And a fair bit of support from his teammates as well. Let's see what he can do here. Can he finish it off? Slob serve again. Oh, there we go, 10-7.
Kabuni, kia anu Makari, tēnā kēmu, Takapuna tai ki te whetū.
Welcome back in for the fourth game. There's currently 2-1 to Ben Pottinger from Marlborough Boys College up against Gisborne Boys High School, Keanu Makari. And Cassius Levy, we saw a very good third game there, particularly from Makari, winning it 11-7. But just the intensity was up. Players both hitting the good depth, and a little bit of tactics coming in as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Keanu Makari has definitely been listening to his coach telling him what to do, but yeah, his playing style is like his playing style, and he's definitely been picking up the intensity. It's really good.
Well, then we get a little bit of a shot where just the one winning shot there. Let's see, look, it really powers through that serve. See what he can do. He's going to drop. No, he's going to do the early boast. Ooh, into the tin. And Cassius just looking at the serving action here. Again, fairly high onto the backhand. But you can't really help that, can you?
No, you definitely can't.
And good to have you helping out here, Cassius. As you can see, there are a lot of things go on behind the scenes when you've got cameras and all sorts of buttons and things like that to press. Great to have you. Oh, interesting one. Oh, it just stayed in. I don't know how. And what would you have given a let for that? Should he have called for a let or something?
I reckon it could have been a let, but I don't know.
Do you like officiating, refereeing yourself?
Not really. Nah, I'm not a referee guy myself. I'm just more for marking myself.
Yeah. Oh, gentle shot. I'm not sure if that was quite what he wanted there. I'm sure he wanted to take the pace off, but not that much. Nice job. Seeing a lot more control come into the game of Makari here, able to actually hold the ball on the strings and make the drop. So he's just got a little bit more confidence. Was that a double?
I think it was a double. Yeah.
It's a great return.
Yeah.
So Ben Pottinger staying in this. It looked as though it could get away from him, but he's back to 6-all. This is the Marlborough boys' second team. The top team, Chris Hebbard, and you've got a whole lot of other players in there who are all New Zealand juniors or certainly very strong.
It's a bad mistake there by Marlborough.
Yeah, I think Pottinger was sort of thinking he'd managed to achieve 2 good shots on the previous serves there.
Yeah, and
just didn't come off on the third.
Just rushing it a little bit.
And a bit of a shank there for Keanu Makari. I'm sure he would say it was totally planned, but it worked for him. Oh. So maybe it's just we've got to a stage in the later part of the set where players are sort of feeling a little bit anxious about it. I've got to finish this off.
Yeah, both players definitely getting a bit tired in this third set, sorry.
What are we up to? Yeah, 4th set. We're in the 4th game, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
No. It's easy. Oh. But you can see the nerves now. That one was just basically straight into the ground. That's not what he wanted.
Just pressure.
Yeah. When you're at 9-all and you could maybe take it to 5 or 9-all and win it in 4. Quite.
Ka rawe te hahau me te amo o Marlborough I tēnei kemu tuawha.
So it is a game ball, match ball, but not. 10-all. And Keanu Makari from Gisborne Boys High. Let's see if he can take it to 5. Nice high serve, good depth. Well, that's a great drive down the backhand wall and a great return.
Was that up by Gisborne?
Some great shots there down the backhand wall for Makari, and well retrieved. And eventually it was Makari coming through. And as you just heard from the officials, 11-all. that's a good shot. Nice step, nice little flick.
Kāra we te hau mai Keanu I tērā piro. Tino pai.
It's a great shot to hit, wasn't it? At that time of a match, to take game to a game point again, maybe take it to 5.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of pressure for Marlborough in these last couple of points.
It wasn't picked up, so that is the game.
Tino pai. Katoa Keanu Mākari I tēnā kēmu. Tikau matoru ki te tikau matai.
So we are going 5, and that is between Gisborne boys and Marlborough boys. It is Keanu Mākari taking that 4th game, 13-11. Well, Cassius, been an interesting last couple of games in particular, and a great comeback from Keanu Mākari from Gisborne. And really come back nicely, 13-11. To really fight against Ben Pottinger there from Marlborough. We've seen some good squash.
Great shot.
See the lofted serve. Really just, I don't know how. Well, that backhand of Mākari right now is actually the strongest shot, it appears. He's up to hit them quite nicely down the wall, and it's won a few points, and it gets him into position nicely, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely loving their backhand shot at the moment.
Well, that's better play. Whereas the serve from Pottinger is more of a drive through rather than a loft.
Ball unfortunately hits Keanu in that point there.
Well, he's good at getting the lift, but that was a little bit too much on that occasion. Just coming under the ball, just a little bit too much. Nice serve. So the backhand error not quite working there on the high backhand. Too much angle.
Tino pai te haua noa mai a Keanu tērā piro. Tino pai.
Well, it's almost been a little bit of a turnaround from game 3, where we saw Pottinger, I wouldn't say dominate, but he was certainly the stronger player then. And in these last 2 games, we've seen Mākari from Gisborne come back. You see him there with the number 3 on his back. The right-hander is Mākari, the left-hander is Pottinger from Marlborough Boys. So this is pretty much the first time that we have Pottinger take the lead in this 5th game. stroke on that one. That's a little bit of a surprise. We haven't really seen the officials have to be brought into the game at all. I think there's been one let, one stroke. So Cassius, it's that pressure coming on again now. We got to 6-all. We're just getting a little bit closer to the end. And both players feeling it. There's another error.
Yeah, definitely now we're in the 5th set. Definitely boys have more pressure's been put on them now. And let's see who can take it home.
And then reels off a winner. So you know, that's the sort of play that you're just not too sure. Perhaps they need to build the point a little bit more, and that'll be a lot easier for both players. And you can certainly hear the support for both players as well from their teammates, from their schools. Oh!
Ka rawe te haua tū anō mai a te anu. Tēnā pai.
It's Keanu Makari from Gisborne Boys High has the lead, albeit by 1 point. Have to do a lot of running.
Harawe.
Got the opening. Oh, well, lofty shot. Didn't quite get out. That was good depth there.
Yeah, definitely great shot by Marlborough. Pottinger definitely match ball, and let's see if Keanu can get it back.
Oh, and that's it. It is 11-9, the final, going to Ben Pottinger from Marlborough Boys College over Keanu Makari from Gisborne Boys High.
Ka wini a Marlborough I tēnā kēmu. Tekau mātai ki te iwa I te kēmu tō arima.
All right, that is Cassius Levy there, and that is a win to Marlborough Boys High and Ben Pottinger.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki te whakatai tai poi pātu o ngā kura tuarua o Aotearoa. Ko ngā kai tākaro i tēnei tukinga, ko Ruben no Marlborough Boys College, me Kai Bartlett no Gisborne Boys High School. Ko Tamsin Levy tōku ingoa.
Well, thank you very much there, Tamsin, and Ruben Henry up against Kai Bartlett, and there we have, it is Kai Bartlett with the number 5 on his back, and up against Ruben Henry, almost got collected by the ball there from Marlborough Boys College. And already these two players just on the first couple of shots, certainly no problem hitting the ball with plenty of power, and the score will come up in just a moment, don't worry about that. We'll try and keep you up to date as well. I think the referees do have fairly loud voices. Oh boy. And not sure if that was quite the score, 12-11. Have to be exceptionally quick to get to that already, Tamsin.
Oh, you'll be lucky if that happened.
Yeah, exactly. And just jammed up against the wall. You can just see a little bit of a step up in intensity here. These players really keen to get underway quickly. And there we go. You can see the score there with 3-all. And as we said, it is number 5, Kyle Bartlett from Gisborne Boys High, up against the Nike switch there from Marlborough Boys, and that is Ruben Henry. Nice shot there from Henry. Mucking around on the serve. Well, Tamsin, interesting shot, wanted to play it off his toes, didn't quite come off, would have looked great if it had off.
Yeah, that's right. These guys have got some great intensity on the court at the moment. I think, awesome shot there. That was very lucky.
Yeah, we saw a bit of intensity in the later stages of the match where Kiana Makari was up against Ben Pottinger. And Pottinger from Marlborough Boys coming through in the end for victory. And it was 13-11, and that was certainly a tight match. But these two players seem to be hitting the ball a little bit harder. They are the number 1s. Oh, that's a beautiful little dink, isn't it? Just taking the pace off, chopping underneath. These two players aren't afraid to have a go at the ball, are they?
No, they're playing very well, these two. They're certainly displaying some great squash out there at the moment. The number 1s in their team for their school. So they'll be both wanting to do proud of, especially being here on Whakaata Māori. Ka rawe te haua atu.
Well, this is the number 2 team for Marlborough Boys College. Remembering that the number 1 team does have a number of players who do have either PSA rankings. Tom Marshall, you've got Chris Hibbard there as well. Jack Friskin. Quite a few players who have done very well or have A2 or B1 rankings. And certainly that's one of the best teams, one of the top seeded teams. Number 2 actually. Whangarei Boys, the number 1 team of Maz Saunders, you've got Freddie Jamieson and Flynn Venmore, just to name a few. There's a lot of depth there. Auckland Grammar are 3rd seeds with Apa Whatialofa, Noah Thomas, and a few other players like that, Finn Goodson. The 4th seeds in the boys, well, that's Hamilton Boys High School. I just about played that one away from his body for a winner there, Tamsin. 10-all. He was close to actually taking 11-9, was Kai Bartlett. well-structured shot. He knew where his opponent was, checked where he was, played the drop shot.
Definitely Kai was standing right behind him, you know, towards more the back of the court, and he just had to play that drop shot in there nicely, which he did. And ooh.
Oh. Did he no, not quite. That was a double. I was thinking, gee, if he recovered from that.
Me wini te kai tākaro o mai rua piro, so the players must win by 2.
I thought he was on the ball, perhaps. I'm not sure what his swing was, whether it was what was required. So the point does go now to Gisborne Boys. This is the second game ball.
In another really close match.
It's great to see. Oh, and too much height. And there we go, 13-11, the first game going to Kai Bartlett over Reuben Henry, and a good start there for the Gisborne Boys High student, Kai Bartlett.
Yeah, ko kai te toa te kemu o tuatahi.
We're back now with the first game going to Kai Bartlett from Gisborne Boys High, 13-11 over Reuben Henry from Marlborough Bulls College. Of course, the previous match was won in 5 games, 3-2 by Ben Pottinger from Marlborough Boys. And the greatest start, but you see there the number 5, that means we're talking about Kai Bartlett. Certainly not the greatest start there, Tamsin Levy, so he's just got to settle himself down.
Yes, it does. It was a great serve by Kai there, but it does. A bit of nerves are coming into play, especially when you're playing in a team environment.
Yeah. And that's probably a very valuable thing for a lot of these players. When you're out on the court, you're playing as an individual so often, whereas this time your mates, your guys that you're with school, you go to school with, and your mates are cheering you on.
Yes, exactly. And then especially with Kai, I think, being the number 1 in the team as well, he'd want to do well for his team. That was a great shot there by Reuben.
That's a bit of touch. And I mean, for Marlborough Boys College, squash is so strong there. I mean, this is the second team.
Yes, that's right. I was talking to Nick Dan earlier, who is the manager of the Marlborough Boys number 1 team, and herself, she's been coming for 21 years, bringing the Marlborough College Boys College.
Wow.
So they've got they've got the Marlborough Boys number 1 team, and Marlborough, this is their number 2 team, and they've also got the Marlborough girls team playing in this competition as well. I think they've been bringing 2 boys teams away for probably the past 10 years. So that says something about squash in Marlborough at the moment.
It does. Squash is very strong. Also in Marlborough and the Blenheim area, the rowing's very strong there as well. I think they're the 2 biggest sports really when it comes down to secondary schools or any sport really. So good stuff there for a number of players. And we're actually going to just do the quick skim through the honours board. And I'm going to tell you something really amazing. Let's have a look with the boys. Well, they haven't actually won it though. I'm looking for Marlborough Boys College. And last time it was Tauranga Boys, remembering that it wasn't Tauranga. Mount Albert Grammar's done well, Westlake Boys as well, Tauranga Boys, Christchurch, Auckland Grammar. So I'm looking for Marlborough. I think they're going to be very keen to win it this year, particularly with Tom Marshall and Chris Hibbard as their 2 of their top players. The winners of the girls' competition last year, Otamoto College, still got a strong team this year as well. Pretty young.
Yes, they're still top seeds, I think, this year. Marlborough number 2 seed. So, yeah, they would be hoping for, they're playing in the semi-finals this afternoon. So they'll be hoping to make the finals and maybe put their school in the history books.
Yeah.
But I tae mai Gisborne College I tēnei whakataitai I te tau rua mano tekau mā waru. Yeah, so 2018 was the last time that Gisborne have put a team into this competition. So it's awesome to see Gisborne again with another team.
Well, back up to 6-all, remembering that the first game was won by Kai Bartlett, 13-11 over Ruben Henry. Bartlett there, he has the number on his back. There you go, number 5. And that is the Gisborne Boys player. And Tamsin, do you know much about the Gisborne team and how much squash they have or how they managed to get it together?
There's a big whānau from Gisborne that, have been playing squash, and it is a whānau affair there. They've got Janelle and Andrew Bartlett. They're the coach and manager of this team at the moment. So, and there's a big history of squash players that have come from Gisborne. We have Wills Donnelly play in that 2018 team that they last sent to this competition. We all know Wills. He's one of the top men squash players in New Zealand at the moment. So it's just awesome to see Gisborne back here competing. I tēnei whakataitai, I tēnei tau. And, hopefully they'll return for many more years. It's great to see them on the court.
Well, this is the important thing, that places like Gisborne are able to send teams. You don't want it dominated by just a few, whether it's quite often Auckland or maybe Tauranga and possibly Waikato, although that hasn't always been the case. But you don't want to have it dominated by just a few centres, do you?
That's right. This is only my second year of coming to the tournament. I have been coaching the Francis Douglas Memorial College boys team, and there's always a few teams that have got a few good squash players in the team, which is why their schools, sends a team. But it's all about the bottom numbers, who you've got at 3, 4, and 5 that you can actually make up the team to go away. And the 3, 4, and 5 are the ones that are winning games for their school, which is so exciting to see.
These players are in a tactical rally here. Well, there was some good running there from Bartlett, but he wasn't able to quite get to that one.
Ai, ka rawe te oma. Some great running in these matches. They're young and they're fit, and I bet you these guys play all codes of sports as well, which is, awesome to see, bringing across those skills onto the squash court.
Well, finishes off that one and takes the second game. It is now 1 game apiece. That was 11-8 there for Ruben Henry. So we are now 1 game all.
Ai, ko Ruben te toa o tēnei kemu tuaroa.
Welcome back now for this, the third game of the match between Kai Bartlett and Ruben Henry. It was Bartlett winning the first 13-11 and Henry from Marlborough Boys winning the second 11-8.
Ai, ko ngā piro e tēnei tukinga, ko tahi orite.
We're just waiting for Bartlett to come back on the court. The player on the court at the moment is Ruben Henry from Marlborough Boys College, the number one for their second team. And there we go, with the goggles on as well, Tamsin. Got to have the goggles on for under-19 players, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's compulsory for all our junior players to wear protective safety glasses. That's worldwide rule.
Although I did notice in the doubles and mix today for the Commonwealth Games that all of our players are either wearing goggles or the shields. Some, I know that Amanda Landers-Murphy and Joelle King like the shields more, whereas Paul Cole generally will wear the goggles, I guess.
Yeah, that's correct. I think it is all personal preference. We don't see many of the juniors wearing the shields, but I find them, like wearing the shields myself, that they don't fog up at all, where the glasses, you can have a tendency to get a bit foggy when your breathing gets a bit hard.
Well, tell me, the shields are quite flexible. They're not solid, are they? They're more of a... Do they bend a little bit? How would you describe them to people who haven't worn them?
Yeah, they're quite a thin film of plastic that sort of moulds around your face. There's still quite a big gap between your eyes and the face mask. More like probably the shield on a motorbike helmet,
right?
The visor part.
And certainly some very positive results today for the New Zealand players at the Commonwealth Games. Unfortunately, it was a loss for Tenwa and Luamba Chalisi, but to some seeded players from Malaysia. That was in 3 games. I think the third was 9-11 or 8-11. But we did have Paul Cole and Joelle King winning theirs in straight games over the Scottish pair of Adderley and also Rory Stewart. But a very good win by Amanda Landers-Murphy and Joelle King over their English opponents, Georgina Kennedy and also Lucy Tamel. So that's a very good match. That was in straight games as well.
Yeah, I think Joelle would have been very happy to have paid a couple of those girls back, and coming out with the win there. She's awesome to come back.
A lot of smiling was seen on court, I can tell you that. There was a lot of that this morning, so good on Joelle. Now in the semi-finals of both the mixed and the women's doubles. Well, we've got 4-1 here in the third to Kai Bartlett. Let's see what he can do there. And 5-1 now. Taking a bit of authority of this game, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's great to see there, Kai, taking control of the early part of this match. I think Marlborough actually winning 2 matches to love in the overall score. So, Gisborne really need to get this one back to stay alive.
Oh, and that's a nice depth there and a little bit of change of direction. It was Ruben Henry not too sure where to go, bit of a misstep.
Yeah, it was great anticipation. I mean, great shots there from there, and he couldn't quite anticipate where Kai was going to hit that one.
What would you, as a coach, would you say is the strength for a lot of young players that you see, that you coach when you see at this level? What would be the strength? Is there one?
Is there strength? So movement comes a lot into play. This way we sort of encourage as coaches to get our kids out there playing different sports. All those sort of things help, sort of cross-credit each other. But movement's a big one, being able to, read the ball and, but just sort of have the anticipation where the ball's going to land and get yourself there as fast as possible. But definitely one of the skills at this level, one of the most important ones is the serve.
Right.
If you can have a good serve, that gives you, a good start to the beginning of the rally.
So are you saying drive through the serve, loft the serve, or be able to hit a variety of serves?
A variety of serves is always good. A nice lob. There's I know a lot of players can struggle with the high volley especially on the backhand side. So if we can try and expose those things earlier on in the game, it can definitely set you up well for that rally.
Well, that's probably one of the things that Emma Miller for a long time was doing against younger players. Every single serve, and it must have annoyed some of those younger players.
Oh, it certainly does. It's something that I've sort of brought into my game in these times because I'm clutching at all straws to be able to get some wins these days. But yeah, definitely having a good serve helps.
Well, let's look and see if Kai Bartlett can wrap up the second game, make it the third game. And up 9-4. Remember that he won the first 13-11, dropped the second 8-11. Bartlett there with the number 5 on the show. And takes it to game ball. Let's see the serve that you're talking about. Let's see what he does with his serve. Oh, through plenty of depth.
Oh.
What do you think on that? Too keen, too many options?
Yeah, you got a bit excited. It was left out there in the middle of the court, and pretty much the world was his oyster there.
Interesting how the young players in particular, and some seniors, when we get into the PSA level, just don't take much time to do the serve. It's just like straight into it. There's no bouncing the ball or just breathing or anything like that.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a bit of momentum, you want to carry that on as well, and you don't want to have the time. Then maybe what you could do is it. Oh,
we'll come back to that in the next game, but that is the third game. 11-6 going to Kai Bartlett over Ruben Henry from Marlborough Boys College.
Ai, tino pai kai, he tino toa ea.
All right, we're back in now for the fourth game. An exciting match, this one, because Gisborne Boys High School are down 11-2 in matches. If they win this, well, that just adds a little bit of incentive for those other matches to come. And Kai Bartlett, he won the first 13-11, dropped the second against Ruben Henry from Marlborough Boys College, 8-11, and then won the third, 11-6. And Tamsin Levy, there's a bit of pressure going on. Well, probably switching around to Ruben Henry now, isn't there?
Yeah, it sure is. Ruben will definitely be trying to close this out for his team, but it's a very close game, and Kai's just not going to give it to him. These Gisborne boys are here to fight, and they're here to play some good squash, and we're going to see what's going to happen here and how this game rolls out.
And just for people to figure out which player is which, the number 5, well, that is Kai Bartlett. So identify there, the big red number 5. Kai Bartlett from Gisborne Boys High School. And Ruben Henry from Marlborough Boys College. You can see Marlborough written across the top of his shoulders.
Oh, ka rawe te hahau. Okay, some great tight length there.
I saw I call that serve there from from Ruben Henry, a bit of a slap through. He kind of, maybe not drives, sort of slaps it through with a little bit of pace. And,
yeah, he did. He hit the side wall there, which was really good, which Ruben wasn't able to get back there. Oh, well done.
that's a good shot. So for you, Tamsin, you're off to France. Is it tonight or tomorrow morning?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow can't be tomorrow morning. They're still playing. Tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon we're leaving after the finals here. Yeah, we're going away with the New Zealand junior team to go to the World Champs in France.
And we should explain that the junior team is the Junior World Champs is this year is the boys teams, and it's also the girls, boys and girls individuals. Next year is the girls teams and the boys and girls individuals.
Yes, correct. They have alternate years of who is going to play in the teams event. So everyone will play in the individuals for the first 6 days. You know, then the girls will come home and the boys will stay on and play in the teams event.
And so you're there for the girls or girls and boys? What are you there for?
So I'm the assistant coach and manager of the junior girls team. Myself and Emma Miller, who's the head coach there. So back Emma and I have both straight there. But yeah, both Emma and I have both been a part of the New Zealand junior teams back in our day. So it's awesome to be able to go away with the girls this year and see how the rest of the world is going at junior squash these days, and see where our girls can.
At that point, they're dominated by Ruben Henry. It was in good position and able to play it away quite nicely. Just wants to get on with it, and you could see that Kai Bartlett taking his time. Probably a good thing to do. Just slow it down, steady yourself. You've got the lead.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes when you have a bit of momentum, you just want to serve quickly. It was a good thing there by Kai, who opted to just take his time there and slow Ruben down so he could sort of regroup.
So just waiting for the call there. So that's about 3 points in a row, or very close to it, that we've had Ruben Henry come back at Kai Bartlett. And even though he's still got 2 points lead, the pressure's probably been switched around on him, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was actually right a good important point there for Kai. He sort of got that back. So now it's back to being 3 points in front, but I think he was just taking a few deep breaths there. Another great shot.
You can see the hand going up there from Bartlett. So for people who haven't seen too much squash, how would you describe what he was doing there? Just saying that there was a nod up?
Yeah, so he's going to appeal the ball. If the ref sort of didn't call it, he just sort of wanted to bring it to the ref's attention that maybe that might have been a double bounce.
No good there.
Yes, that was out of court.
So just a couple of questions. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, a couple of questions there. We're just waiting to see if there was any change in decision. But in the meantime, 10-4 and 2 games to 1 up for Kai Bartlett for Gisborne. And well, it is Ruben Henry who holds off that game ball against him. And there we go, 11-4 it is, 3 games to 1 for Kai Bartlett from Gisborne Boys High School. And it means that Gisborne Boys have got 1 game in this competition, so they're down 1-2. And a very good win there for Kai Bartlett in 4 games. And I think we're got to be pretty happy about that. Keeps his school in this competition.
Ai, ko Kai Bartlett te tō te kemu tua whā.
Tēnā tātou anō i te whānau, ki roto i tēnei kēmu tua whā. Kia mātou Hamish Young, te nama tuarima mō Marlborough Boys College, me Riker Rolls, my Gisborne Boys High School, nama tua ono.
Well, thank you very much there, Cassius Levy, and as heard there from Cassius, we have Riker Rolls. He is in the what number is he wearing there, Cassius? Is it
number 6, I believe.
It is a number 6, so that's always good to actually. Nice number 6. And he is up against Hamish Young. This is the number 5 ranked players. And as Tamsin Levy was saying just a little while ago, that number 5 is just as important as number 1 in a team competition. You know, it's all very nice to win the number 1s, but if you don't have that depth to go through in 3, 4, 5, etc., then your number 1 isn't much value.
Yeah, definitely.
So it is Riker Rolls in the number 6 up against Marlborough Boys. Hamish Young, he's got Marlborough written over his shoulders. Oh. And we will notice that in the first couple of games, Cassius, we didn't have many let calls or strokes or anything like that. It's quite nice after doing PSA for a while where you get so many.
I think it was about like almost 2 calls in the third game, but
kind of boring, really.
yeah.
I remember one of the referees, one of the officials at the, maybe it was the semi-finals or whatever match it was probably Rwanda against Temwa Chilisi, and they played each other and there was just no calls. There might have been one call that the official had to make.
Yeah. You can definitely tell that some of the better players call less lets and strokes like that.
I mean, there are others that are body checking each other because that's just the way they play, isn't it? And now 4-2. It is Hamish Young with 4-3 lead. So Hamish Young, the left-hander from Marlborough. Just checking on the score and from which side. Both players a little confused. There we go. So we've got, as I said, left-hander. Well, they're both left-handers. 6-2 the lead here for the Marlborough player. I don't mind having a go at the serve. So what they really need to do here is just build the point, just take your time, don't try too much. And the error off the serve. A bit of noise on the other court. And that's Mahurangi College on the other court there. A good little drop shot from the Marlborough Boys College player, Hamish Young. Takes him out to a 9-4. A couple of crazy bounces that we're seeing. Runs through it and takes it up to a game ball of the first game. And Marlborough College, if they win this overall match, then they take the overall contest against Gisborne Boys High. A couple of unusual shots there, Cassius. So I was a bit confused. I think the players were trying to figure out where the ball was going on some of those. And a nice little comeback by Riker Rolls. Number 6 comes back.
Me te hahau mai Riker Rolls, te piro.
Well, that lead, it got chipped away a little bit, but in the end, 11-7. And guys, no, you can come off now. I don't think they'd realise the score there, but it was 11-7. Hamish Young taking the first over Riker Rolls from Gisborne Boys High.
Ko Hamish Young te toa o tēnei kēmu tuatahi, tēnei rā te kaumatai ki te whitu.
Well, we're back on court again now for this game 2. It is Hamish Young up against Riker Rolls. Hamish Young from Marlborough Boys College. This is from the number 2 team from Marlborough Boys College. And Riker Rolls from Gisborne Boys High. The first game, 11-7 to Hamish Young and Marlborough Boys. And Cassius Levy. There's a few shots being made there for both players. Some a little unorthodox, but you'll take them when you can.
Yep.
Oh, again, yeah, just a real whipping of the of the racket across the body. Didn't quite come off in the end. And, gee.
Looked a bit short there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, after this overall completion between Gisborne Boys and Marlborough Boys number 2 team, we will be having the boys semi-final. And that will feature Marlborough Boys number 1 team up against Auckland Grammar. Now, that's going to be pretty cool because we've got people like Awhawhati Alofa, we've got Chris Havard, we've got Tom Marshall. These are players that play PSA tournaments around the country. So it should be a lot of fun. And,
Yeah, should be some exciting games to watch. I'm definitely going to try and watch those myself, but probably not.
Well, I'll just say yes. So here we go, 5-1 lead after taking the first. Hamish Young from Marlborough Boys College. And
Just a little mistake from Riker there.
And for you, Cassius, you play a number of other sports as well?
Yep. I used to play basketball as well back in like year 8, something like that.
Right.
But I got back into squash about 2 years after I started playing basketball. Got back into it, started training with Mum again. And yeah, I'm loving it at the moment. And I'm also playing rugby on the side as well, just when I'm not at tournaments on the weekends. And yeah.
You wouldn't have much time then.
Nah, definitely not.
And 8-1 with Hamish Young running away with it. Make that 9-1, sorry. At 1 game to love as well. Very lofted serve there. And not returned where he wanted, that's for sure. 10-1. We're racing through this one, Cassius. And let's see what he can do there. Another big serve. And nice return. And no running from Young. But Riker, with the number 6 on his back, grabs a couple of points back. Oh, wristy serve. Looking for a let. Stroke, no.
That's,
Right?
I think you got a strike for that.
No, it must have been a stroke. So he gets.
Must have been.
Yeah, I think everybody was a little bit surprised, including us. That is the 11-3 for Hamish Young. So he gets a stroke to actually win the second game and go up 2 games to love.
Ko Hamish Young anō, te toa o tēnei kēmu, tuarua, te kaumatai ki te toru.
Yeah, little bit of a false finish there to that second game with Hamish Young winning 11-3, and I think both players, it was a stroke in the end towards Hamish Young going to his way over Riker Rolls from Gisborne Boys, and both the players and ourselves were a little bit confused by it. That was a little bit of a quiet call, but it went to Young's way in the end, and he's up 2 games to love, 11-7, 11-3. And Cassius Levy, just was one of those things that was a stroke, who knows, one of those things.
50-50 thing, yeah.
And also don't forget we do have from 3 p.m, so not too far away depending on how this match goes. We do have the boys semi-finals firstly, and let's have a look, and we're going to be showing you the Marlborough Boys #1 team up against Auckland Grammar #1 team. At 6 p.m. it'll be Takapuna Grammar up against Whangarei Girls. That's a couple of the semi-finals there. There are other semi-finals as well. In the meantime, these are the ones that we'll be showing you from 3 p.m, 6 p.m. on this court anyway. And a little bit closer in this, what are we, 3rd game? Closer start, that is. Gee. Just amazed at the height on those serves. That is a loft. It's not just a... Yeah. That's a big one. It's almost high risk it going out. Is that okay?
Riker Rolls, Takapuna.
And we got all sorts of boasts on that one. I think it was a boast on the back walls, which is a hard thing to do. What would be what we're probably going to see in these semi-finals when we come to it is a lot more down the walls, aren't we?
Yeah,
rather than the middle.
Yeah, definitely will. With the higher ranked players, there's definitely more length in the game. Definitely the higher players are more patient and looking for more opportunities. That's why I take it down the wall. Yeah, it's just...
Well, if we see players like, I think, Tom Marshall against Upper Whatialofa, or maybe it's Chris Hibbert against Whatialofa, we will see the ball played down the backhand wall, maybe 10 times before one of them switches.
Yeah, about 90% of the game is just down the wall.
And we are seeing a little bit of a turnaround here with 8-3 lead. Gee, going for it there, make that 9-3 lead. Well, it's not over yet, folks. Marlborough Boys don't have it all their own way just yet. Riker Rolls coming back a little bit here, 9-4, but it is the serve of Hamish Young. Oh, he gets him with that high serve, coming back off the wall.
Couple of mistakes from Riker there, bringing Melbourne back into the game.
Oh, there you go. That's what I was thinking. If you keep on playing it so high, every now and then that's going to happen. Well, he got 11-6. I wouldn't say it was the most orthodox shot to actually win on, but came off the wall and the side wall, then the front wall, and he takes it 11-6. And that is 2 games to 1 for Hamish Young from Marlborough Boys College over Gisborne Boys High Riker Rolls. So Rolls taking that one 11-6.
Ko Riker Rolls, I wini a Riker Rolls I tōna ki mutua tai, te kaumatai ki te ono.
Cassius Levy, it's been an interesting game, this one. We had 11-7, 11-3, dominant performance from Hamish Young from Marlborough Boys College. He's got Marlborough in white over his shoulders, up against Riker Rolls from Gisborne Boys High School. You can see it is Riker Rolls with the number 6 on his back. But then in the third game, it was Riker Rolls coming back 11-6. So really staying in the match. We've seen, oh, not quite. No, not quite. All right, so let's see what Rolls can do now. The serve. And I think the secret with these two is if you can hit it to the back wall, it is going to help a lot, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Especially these young and lower graded players that if you can get their ball to the back, then it's mostly going to be a winner.
Yeah. You've got to turn around firstly.
Yeah.
That's the first difficult thing. And secondly, the bounce, if it hits low, can come back. Wow. Who knows how it's going to come back. Yeah, just what we see there, sort of getting jammed against the side and the back. There's 2 in a row. And Riker, they're just checking with the officials on the score. Would that be one of your favourite shots, getting up when you can get up to that forehand there from a serve?
Yeah, I quite like that shot. Just I like the way how it comes off my rack, and I like the way how high it gets, and I like slamming it down. It's quite good.
The applause there. Certainly, we've only got one court rolling at the moment, but there's certainly a little bit of enthusiasm from teammates. Oh, into the tin on that one. So, Cass, it's still anybody's game in this. I know we've got 2 games to 1, Hamish Young over Riker Rolls, but no one's really taken it by the scruff of the neck.
Nah, it's just most going point for point at this there right now, but.
And Rolls hitting the top of the tin. No, it didn't hit the top. Is that score correct? There we go. Look at that. I'm pleased to say that I did have it right. Is
that down?
Yeah, I think it was down, wasn't it? Yeah, the reaction that way. So there we go. Rolls hanging in it at 7 each and driving through the serve. Well, not sure what he was quite doing there, looking for the score, both players. Usually at this sort of score, when you see Paul Cole play, it's 7-all, 8-all, and that's when he wins from.
Yeah,
you know, he's not worried about leading 6-love or anything like that. It doesn't mean anything, does it?
No,
but when you get
really.
to 8-all and you just move up another point or 2, that's when you win it.
Yeah, that is.
And let's see what Hamish Young can do now. And it's a game ball, match ball, at 10-7 up. So we have Hamish Young from Marlborough Boys College serving at the moment at 10-7 up in the 4th. Against Riker Rolls. Slaps that one away. It's the tin knot. Riker holds one. Keeps one. Oh, but there we go. That one is, and it is 11-8. So well done there to Hamish Young from Marlborough Boys College. Wins in 4 games over Riker Rolls.
Ko Hamish Young anō te tō tēnei kēmu tuawha, te kaumatai ki te waru.
And what that means is that we have a 3-1 victory overall for Marlborough Boys College. There will still be the 5th match. It will be played, and we'll come back with that very shortly. Well, Cassius Levy, we're ready again for... It's a match that I guess the overall result has been decided. Marlborough boys winning by 3 matches to 1. However, we're still playing this contest, and it is Akira Makiri, and he is wearing the number 2 shirt for Gisborne, up against Ethan Forsyth for Marlborough boys. So match just getting underway. We've seen some pretty good squash so far. This match, oh look at that! That was pretty decisive, wasn't it?
It's a nice shot by Akira.
Just looking at the semi-finals that we'll be broadcasting a little bit later on. In fact, probably about in the next hour, we'll have Marlborough Boys 1 up against Auckland Grammar 1. That's the boys. That is from 3 p.m. And from 6 p.m. it is Takapuna Grammar up against Whangarei Girls in one of the girls' semi-finals. So watch out for those a little bit later on this afternoon. So plenty of good squash coming to you on... from the North Shore Squash Club here, and it is some interesting squash, but unfortunate when that happens, Cassius. I'd like to say thank you very much to the sponsors of this event. It's Barfoot and Thompson here at the North Shore Club. We've got Whakatau Māori, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Apollo Projects, Caltex, and the 3 clubs which are hosting as well. That is Browns Bay Rackets Club, North Shore Squash Club and Devonport Squash Club. And of course, School Sport New Zealand and Sport Collective as well. In the meantime, Cassius, what have we seen so far? With we've got Akira Makiri moving up to a 5-3 lead, but serving for us Ethan Forsyth. Anything that we should really note from the match so far? Look, they just looked at each other. They're like, is that a stroke or what do you think? You know, they're looking at each other, the 2 players. Stroke? Yeah. Let? No? It's kind of quite nice when the players look at each other saying, what was that? And Forsyth not quite getting to that one. So Makiri here. What would you have considered in your refereeing skills, which you don't like doing? I think we've got a letter again there. Yes, we have. The other thing is when you are refereeing, here at this club as well with players, and we've looked down on the actual point itself, and they say, oh, you see things so differently from here as to what you do on the court.
Yeah. Just from a spectator's view, you can see everything. You can see everything happening on the court, but with the players, they just don't really know. They just stand there. They look confused.
Yeah. The other thing is, I don't think it was too dramatic. It was a relaxed tumble. I'll just take a little bit of a relaxed fall. Nothing too dramatic there. No issues. But even as a spectator, sometimes when you're sitting up in a stand, you don't always see the pace of the ball and just how quick it is going, or how quick it is bouncing, dropping, or anything like that, do you? Oh, had a go at that one. Well, the previous ball had been thumped, putting it mildly, but then Makiri just sort of gently took it off his body and took away all the pace, didn't he? Kind of tried to put that through the tin. You know, I guess if you're going to lose a point, lose it decisively.
Another one straight into the tin there.
Well, sometimes when you have so many options, you have too many options, don't you?
Yeah, and sometimes when that happens, and goes straight into the tin or goes out.
first game point. This fifth match between these two teams, and Marlborough leading 3-1, as you can see there. Like 3-1 on the overall, that is. So it is 11-7 first game to Gisborne Boys High, Akira Makari.
Ko Akira Makari te toa o tēnei kēmu tuatahi, te kauma tai ki te whitu.
And that is game one to Akira Makari from Gisborne Boys High School, 11-7 over Ethan Forsyth from Marlborough Boys College. Although we can say that, as you can see on the screen there, Marlborough leads 3-1 overall, which means they have won this contest. Of course, this is the Marlborough Boys #2 team up against Gisborne Boys, and is, as Tamsin Levy was saying earlier on, it's the first time since 2018 that Gisborne Boys have sent a team to this championship, which is great.
Yes, we actually played Gisborne Boys first round on Saturday morning.
Right.
We definitely underestimated the team. Boys were looking at the team and seeing there was D2, then the rest of J graders. But as we got to play them, they were definitely a good team, but it's just they don't have much tournaments around Gisborne area.
Yeah. So it's hard for them to go from a D to a C to a whatever, right?
Yeah. But their skill is we definitely underestimated it. But yes, I think in a couple of years.
Are you saying your team underestimated them?
Yeah. But definitely in a couple of years, few years, I reckon Gisborne Boys will be a pretty good team.
Right. And so they're fairly young. Some of the players.
Yeah, I think they're like most of them 14, 15-year-olds.
Well, if they can stick around with the sport, that might also help them get a few more trips around the country too.
Yeah.
That's always an incentive. I think for a lot of players who may not be the number 1 or 2, it's like, well, if I'm good enough, I might get a trip up to the Big Smoke, up to wherever. And that's always a bit of fun when you can get that school trip for the school sport.
Yeah, definitely.
Just letting people know that from the very early time of 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, we'll be hosting the finals. And that'll be a lot of fun. And who's going to be in those finals, who knows? As we've mentioned, there's some very highly ranked players at junior level, a lot of them going to the World Juniors in France tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. I'll definitely be trying to watch them, both the boys and girls team in France, and see how they go. Hopefully they do well down there.
Well, it's always interesting when you've up against players from Australia. Yes, we play them on a semi-regular basis, usually. But it's when you come up against the Egyptians, that's the test, isn't it?
Yeah, Egyptians are next level, man. The training, just like the trainings they do and the way they play squash is just unbelievable.
Or even someone like Mason Smales, who's not at school anymore. He's 17, a big unit, lefty. He played against a few at the US Open and played against a few Pakistanis as well. And pretty much, I think it was Mohammed Al-Shabaghi, the very legendary Egyptian, now English player, said, toughen up because these guys aren't going to give you any breaks.
Yeah, definitely not.
Big guy,
no one's
use
going to
your
go
body.
easy.
So like for someone like Mason, you're a big guy, use your body. You're a left-hander with big size, 15 feet.
Yeah.
Toughen up because these guys aren't going to say, well, so what? You're a nice guy from New Zealand. We don't care.
No one's going to care about where you are, who you are. Just both players are going to play to 100% above their ability.
Yeah, and that's the good thing for these guys from Marlborough, number one team, Tom Marshall, etc. They're going to have to step up and actually be physical.
Yes, definitely.
It's a non-contact sport as such, but you're going to have to actually use your body to use your position on the court.
Yeah.
And so far in this game, we're seeing some good positional play from Akira Makari, Gisborne. Oh, that won't come out. There you go. He's got himself into good position now. Oh.
It's good little rally there.
Yeah. Nice. I think he got, I don't know how much of a boast he got there, but it seemed to hit every single wall possible. Oh. And unfortunate there for Ethan Forsyth as he gives away the game ball for Akira Makari.
Great serve to finish it off.
And wraps up that second game is Akira Makari 11-4, so that takes a 2-game-to-love lead.
Ko Akira Makari anō te toa o tēnei kēmu tuarua, tikaumata I ki te ki whā.
We're coming back now for the third game between Akira Makari from Gisborne Boys High up against Marlborough Boys College, Ethan Forsyth, and it is Akira Makari leading by 2 games to love, 11-7, 11-4, the first 2 games. And Cassius Levy looks as though pretty good form there from Makari. Tell me, what's your squash club? What's the name of your club?
So I actually go to Kawerau Park Squash Club.
New Plymouth.
Yeah, New Plymouth. And it depends on the weather. Like sometimes the courts can be really hot, and then we turn the fans on. But sometimes it can be really cold, and it's just really annoying. But
yeah, you can get some of that breeze coming off the mountain, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. And the past week, the weather's just been changing rapidly. And I don't know.
2-2 in this first game. And how many courts have you got at your club?
We've got 2 glass backs and then 3 normal courts, so 5 courts up there.
And fairly popular, used most of the time?
Yeah, definitely. I think about 5:15 is our peak time, and then and that's where everyone comes off after work. Let's have a little herd and stuff like that.
It's all your mum's coaching, isn't it? She gets all the people through, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of our boys have definitely improved from Thames and Levy, just from their coaching and just being a good coach and a good brother and a good mother as well. So it's good.
Well, I mean, I haven't said, but she was in the 2010 New Zealand team alongside Shelley Kitchen, Jacqueline Hawkes, and a certain Joelle King. And they played that in Palmerston North, I think it was, in all places. And they brought in a glass court, put on I'm not sure what venue it was, maybe an army base or something like that, and put on the glass court. Had lots of the top players from around the world coming in. And that was the last time New Zealand's held the women's teams event. Cool, I have to ask you, Mum, where they actually came on that event, but I do remember her being in the team. So I've got a little bit of a mini comeback here from Ethan Forsyth. It's a 5. Let's see what Akira Makari can do. Happy to stand and deliver. He's got the options. Drop it. Yep.
Nice little drop.
It was a better point, though, wasn't he? He moved into the back of the court, then had the options.
It's good placement by Akira as well.
So who's the best player at your club?
Probably have to say Alan Bailey's definitely up there.
Oh, goodness, Alan Bailey. There's a name. He'll just run and talk and talk.
He's definitely a runner. He runs all day. I've never seen him stop running on the court. It's unbelievable.
And what about in the women's? Is there someone that stands out there?
Not precisely, but probably just Tamsin probably.
When the ball's coming at your body so much, you can't really take such a big swing, can you? It's more of a block that you've got to do. So the 1 point advantage now going the way of Kira Makari from Gisborne Boys High. So making a little bit of footwork on that one. He sort of had to play it away from his body.
It's a little dodgy there, but
yeah. Just waiting to see exactly what the call was. Oh, got to be a stroke.
Definitely a stroke. Nice score there.
So when we're talking about the stroke, what it means is that someone not able to get out of the way of the ball at the time or in the way of a shot.
Nice from Akira there, pushing it to the back.
And just 2 points away from a victory for Akira Makari from Gisborne Boys. He's got the number 2 on his back. Up against Ethan Forsyth now. This will be the last match between these two schools as it goes to a match point. Remembering that we have the semi-finals coming up from 3 p.m. It's about 40 minutes away. First of the semi-finals is the boys semi between Marlborough Boys number 1 team and Auckland Grammar. Then we have the girls semi-final, Takapuna Grammar up against Whangarei Girls. Oh, and there we go, wraps it up. 11-8 straight games there for Akira Makari from Gisborne Boys High School over Ethan Forsyth from Marlborough Boys College.
Ko Akira Makari te toa o tēnei kēmu tuatoru te kaumātai ki te waru.
And we're going to be back at 3 p.m. for the semi-finals, so we'll see you there.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, ko Maidenli kau tōku ingoa, nau mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. I te rangi nei, kei te pūrei te kēmu poi patu, kei te pūrei a Marlborough Boys College, i te kura o Auckland Boys Grammar.
All right, thank you very much there to Maiden League Co. And no, that is not the score just yet. And we will have the score and the players' names for you in just one moment. As we get underway, and this is the first of the semi-finals. It is, as you heard there, Auckland Grammar up against, this is the number 1 teams, by the way, because this is the semi-finals. Auckland Grammar up against, it is Marlborough Boys College and their number 1 team. So already underway. Oh, wait, that one sounded like a gunshot going off, didn't it? I think the microphone was pretty high up there. If you're going to hit it into the tin, you might as well hit it through it, just about. And what we're already noticing is longer rallies from going through some of the lower ranked teams and lower ranked players up against players that are in these top ranked teams. And already longer rallies. And just an update on who was in the other semi-finals. We have Whangarei Boys number 1 up against Hamilton Boys, so that's in the other semi-final. And letting you know about the girls semi-finals this afternoon. Won't have this one on the live commentary streaming, but Otamotai College, who are the defending girls champs, up against Tauranga girls. Boy, that's going to be some nice rivalry there. And meanwhile, in the other girls semi-finals, Takapuna Grammar will be up against Whangarei girls. So some very good semi-finals coming up. And we'll have the names of the players in just a moment. We're just going to get Maiden League Co to lean over and have a look down on the scoreboard so we can get those players' names and see whether she can see them there. All right, so we're going to have those names, okay, and then we'll be able to get underway. So full commentary there. They started fairly quick, as you'd expect with some of these players. They're pretty keen to get underway. In the meantime, we shall let you know who we've got. But Maiden, you can have a look at a couple of these points and tell us about what's going on. And we have Finn Goodson on court and for Auckland Grammar. And let's just have a look. Finn Goodson certainly been playing a number of tournaments. I mean, we played in the graded part of the Auckland Open earlier this year as well. And as we look through for Marlborough Boys, who we got there for Marlborough Boys? How's your eyesight on this one? The smallest print you can find there, Maiden.
So first seed we have Chris Hibbard, second we have Tom Marshall, third we have Frisky, Jack Friskin, fourth we have Bryn, fifth we have Dylan, and sixth we have Manu.
Okay, so it's so what we've got there is Bryn and okay, we'll come back with that. We've got Bryn there up against and let's have a look for Auckland Grammar again. Just who we got is
Elvis Flynn.
It is Elvis Flynn. Okay, well we're getting there, folks. My apologies for that. No one wanted to let us know who was playing, but that's all right. We'll get there. So Bryn Woodley up against Elvis Flynn. All right, up to 7-all here, and so you can see there from the Marlborough are in the blue T-shirt up against Auckland Grammar, and Elvis been around the squash court since he was born, I think. Gets a little bit of applause there for Bryn Woodley. All right, so let's just have a look at this point. Let's have a little bit of a commentary here on this. Nicely done. He's got himself set up nicely. Oh. Well, How would you describe that point with Bryn there? He was having to do a lot of running, whereas Elvis was really controlling that point, wasn't he?
Yeah, ka rata Bryn ki te oma, so Bryn likes running, that's what I've just noticed, and
game point. In fact, that is the first game, 11-8 to Elvis Flynn over Bryn Woodley. So Auckland Grammar taking the first game. And 11-8, as we just mentioned, Elvis Flynn over Bryn Woodley. So well done there. Good start there for Elvis Flynn.
I toa Elvis Flynn I te kēmu tuatahi, te kaumatahi ki te waru.
All right, so as you heard then, Elvis Flynn taking the first game, 11-8 over Bryn Woodley. This is Auckland Grammar against Marlborough Boys, the Marlborough Boys top team. And Bryn there in the blue shirt. We're going to see quite a few long rallies here. Both players happy to hammer that backhand wall. Oh, the switch across though. And
Shot.
now you've played on these courts quite a bit over the years, mainly. If you hit the back wall, well, you should be hitting the back wall, aiming for the back wall quite a bit anyway, shouldn't you? Because you're going to get a different bout sometimes, aren't you?
Yeah.
Keeping it tight to the wall. Comes in. Is that out? It was.
Yep, at court.
And just looking either for the score or call on that one, it was certainly out. We had one of the previous matches where the players weren't even too sure half the time. They were asking each other whether it was a lead or a stroke, which is, it's very nice, but not something that's going to happen too often as they get older. And plenty of support for both teams here. Marlborough Boys have got obviously two teams. Auckland Grammar have it as well. Nice play. So Elvis Flynn's got very good control. He holds the ball very well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And for you, Maidenly, which high school are you going to?
I go to Te Kura Māori o Porirua. It's a Māori school located in Porirua.
Okay. And you've been there for all of your high school so far? Sorry, a couple of years anyway.
It starts from primary and it goes to college. So I've been there since I was 5 and I'm a year 12 now.
Oh, wow. And you've with your junior career, because you're still very young. I think what, 15 now?
16.
Oh, you turned 16. Okay, well, that's great. But you've got plenty of junior years ahead of you, and a little bit of representing New Zealand coming up.
Yep. I'm travelling to France tomorrow afternoon.
It's quite funny when you've got so many players who are here, particularly in this Marlborough team. I think there's, well, Tom Marshall anyway. There's Apa Wharealova and a few others as well, and some of the girls who are flying to France tomorrow afternoon, yet they're still playing in this tournament, and yet they just really want to win for their school. It's quite important, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's quite good to get some match play in before the big tournament.
You apprehensive, maybe a little nervous about the players that you might come up against, some of the Egyptians perhaps?
Yeah, a bit intimidated by the Egyptians. They're quite good, but it's all about the experience. I'll just go. It's my first World, so see how it goes.
Yeah.
All good get.
Oh, he's doing a lot of running. He ran around in circles there, but still going. Tell me something. I mean, obviously until the end of 19, you have to wear goggles or visors, whatever's appropriate. Do you like playing without them when you play with friends or play interclub or anything like that?
Yeah. At training, I don't play with them, which I should, so I can keep getting used to them. But they just keep fogging up, and then get quite a pain.
Oh, the error coming in there to Elvis Flynn, but in the end he's still up 7-3, make that 7-4, sorry. And this particular semi-final, I mean, you know a few of these players who are playing in this semi-final, but there's some good players in there. I mean, we're talking about A2s and things like that, aren't they?
Yeah, I train with a few of them down south, so I quite know the Marlborough ones.
Yeah. I mean, Apa Wharealova, Tom Marshall, to name a couple there, they're decent players, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, even at a senior level. So back up to 7-all, and mentioning to Cassius Levy earlier on is that when you see players like Paul Cole play, 7-all's fine, 8-all's fine, but it's from about 8-all that someone of his level just moves away.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about 6-all, who cares? It's the last couple of points, isn't it?
Yeah, so you kind of want to push it extra hard.
Yeah, because I mean, from here is when you see the real top players start to move away.
Nice shot.
So when you've got a shot like that, you can't really swing that much, can you? You've always got to defend the ball off your body, is that right?
Yeah, don't have much space.
A little bit of an error coming in there. A couple of errors in the last 2 points for Elvis Flynn, and Bryn Woodley moving ahead slightly. Here we go. He's got dominating the tee. Oh. A little bit of a flick away from the body as well from Elvis Flynn, and makes it up to 9-all. And up to 10-9, so he's got the advantage now, and albeit that he was down 8-9, he switched around to 10-9 up and game ball for the second game. Oh, it's a great drive, great backhand drive there, and 11-9. So that is 2 games to love for Elvis Flynn over Bryn Woodley. Elvis Flynn from Auckland Grammar against Marlborough Boys College. And for you, Maiden League Co, what did you think about that first game? Just pretty much like what we said, get to 8-all and then just pull away.
Yeah, I did kind of see Bryn panicking a bit in that on the 9-all one, I think. Yeah.
Alright, well, we have 2 games to love for Elvis Flynn over Bryn Woodley.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, I toa Elvis Flynn I te kēmu tuarua. Te kaumatahi ki te iwa, e rua kēmu ki te rua, ki te kore.
Now, I know, Maidenly, you're trying to actually see my messy writing there. Yeah, that's 11-8, 11-9. Elvis Flynn over Bryn Woodley at the moment. So 2 games to love for the Auckland Grubber player over Marlborough Boys College. And these 2 teams seeded 2 and 3. And it is Marlborough Boys, I think, number 2 seed, and Auckland Grubber number 3 seed. Oh, and placed that one. Had plenty of time. Played it into the tin. So just scores were 8-9. In fact, he was down was Elvis Flynn, and then turned it around to win 11-9.
Oh. Tight shot.
Yeah, that was almost glued to the wall, wasn't it?
And some nice drives up and down the wall. Ooh.
So the winner of this match goes through to the final to play against. And today we'll let you know it is Whangarei Boys number 1 or Hamilton Boys. And of course we do have the girls semi-final coming up on this court not too far away. That'll be about 6 p.m. and that will feature Takapuna Grammar up against Whangarei girls. And the winner of that match will take on Otamotai College or Tauranga girls. Otamotai are the girls playing through champion. Let's just have a look at this point here and see what kind of serve he does. Is it going to be a lofted serve or just drives it through quite powerfully to the back wall? Oh, set himself up nicely as well. And margin for error was just a bit too tight. And plenty of squash if you're a night owl overnight as well. We're going to see Joelle King. I think she's going to play 3 matches within the space of 24 hours. And when it comes to semi-finals, potential finals, medal playoffs, etc. So great that we've got our players in the semi-finals. That is Joelle King and Amanda Landers-Murphy. In the women's semi-finals, they'll take on a Malaysian pair in their semis. And it is Paul Cole and Joelle King. They are through to the semi-finals of the mixed as well. potentially we will see Joel Kane within 24 hours playing 3 matches and possibly come out with one medal, and then the finals, I think, of the mixed next day. So plenty going on for the Commonwealth Games. But meanwhile, here on the main court at the North Shore Squash Club on Whakata Māori, it is 7-5, 1 game to love. I make that 2 games to love up. I think I'd almost missed one there from Lee. It is actually Elvis Flynn winning the first 11-8 and the second 11-9. And what you call?
Stroke.
Yeah. So you're not an umpire either. You're not a ref. You don't like the refereeing? You'd rather not be doing refereeing?
Yeah, no, I'm more of a marker myself.
You don't want that pressure on you, do you? It's quite funny though. There's a few players who actually don't mind it being a ref, or there's only a few, but most like I think it was actually Joe Smythe who said, no, I don't mind it, which is typical Joe. May have been him, but generally most players would rather be out there. All right, well, just moving ahead again is Elvis Flynn, and up to 9-6, and looking fairly good to take this match. And Bryn got himself all tangled up there, and that has to be a stroke, doesn't it?
Oh, I think it's a leg.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a
Well,
leg.
gee. I mean, you can see the intention was there to get out of the way, but he was still in the way.
Oh, yeah, it was a stroke, my bad.
Okay. So first game ball, first match ball, but holds one off Bryn Woodley. Let's see what goes on. Whether we can wrap it up on the second game ball, and interesting burst that one.
Oh,
You like that kind of chop from the back of the court? There's so much chop. So he's held off a couple of game balls, a couple of match balls as the Marlborough Boys College student. So we can do one more, maybe put a bit of pressure back on Elvis Flynn. Yep, and there we go. That is 11-8. So a 3-game to love, 11-8, 11-9, 11-8 victory for Elvis Flynn from Auckland Grammar over Bryn Woodley from Marlborough Boys College. You going to give that a go? Go on, maiden.
I toa Elvis Flynn I te kēmu whakamutunga, I roto I ngā kēmu e toru, ko te kaumatahi ki te waru, te kēmu tuatahi, te kaumatahi ki te iwa, te kēmu tuarua, te kaumatahi ki te waru, te kēmu whakamutunga. E arahi ana te kura o Auckland Grammar, ko tahi kēmu ki te kore.
All right, thank you very much there, Maiden Liko. We'll come back with the next match in just a moment.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki te whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. I te rangi nei ke te pūrei o ngā kura o Marlborough ki te kura o Auckland Grammar. I toa Auckland Grammar i te kēmu tuatahi, i toa Elvis Flynn i roto i ngā kēmu e toru. I te rangi nei ke te pūrei Jack Friskin no Marlborough ki Finn Goodson no te kura o Auckland Grammar.
Well, thank you very much there to Maiden Lee Coe for that great introduction. So we're about to get underway in this, the second match of the boys semi-final, where it is Auckland Grammar against Marlborough College. And you can see already there you've got Jack Friskin with the blue t-shirt up against Finn Goodson and the black and yellow of Auckland Grammar. And this should be quite an entertaining match because Friskin, he's got a habit, wouldn't you say, Maiden Lee Coe, of playing the odd unorthodox shot. He's got a personality on and off the court, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's quite funny.
Quite funny. That's an understatement at times. Whereas Finn Goodson will play a very solid game. He plays a nice, solid game. He's not quite spectacular, but yeah, he'll make Friskin work for it. Yeah, Friskin's quite he plays a shot like that. Just sweeps it across the body, and nice shot. Whereas Goodson, very athletic around the court, and just having to do up his laces there. Oh, that is really loud when it hits like that, doesn't it? Well, at least we know that it's hit the tin. And there you go, a couple of errors just been forced on Goodson's game. We've got Friskin racing away with this one, 6-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't thrown in one of his little Marlborough drives yet.
So what would you say is winning him so far? Is it errors from Goodson, or is it Friskin just controlling it too much?
I think Jack is playing some nice length, and because of his nice length, it's forcing Finn to do some unforced errors.
Right. Yeah, it looks as though Finn Goodson isn't able to actually find the tee and actually remain there. He's not able to control it, is he? He's always on the back foot, always being controlled. All right, let's see what he can do there. He's got 1 point back.
Oh, was that Surfield?
Gee. I don't know. We're not very good at referees, but I would have called that one. Oh.
It looked like it was on the line.
Okay, you're going for on the line. I don't know. My eyesight was saying elsewhere.
Oh,
gee. Well, that was a lovely chip off his toes, wasn't it? It came off. It's high risk. But would that be true of Jack Friskin's game? That at times it can be quite high risk. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd take that as a yeah. That like yes. Well, he's up, raced away to a 10-2 lead. Oh, make that 11-2. So Jack Friskin and taking the first game, 11-2. And it's a nice start from Marlborough Boys College up against Auckland Grammar and Finn Goodson. We'll come back in the second game in just a moment. Okay, well, we're ready now for the second game, and let's see, Maiden League Ko.
I toa Jack Friskin I te kemu tuatahi o te kemu nei. Te kaumatahi ki te rua, kia Jack I te rā kemu. Ae.
All right, well, thank you very much there, Maiden League Ko. And with the te reo, nice to have a fluent speaker with me. And let's see what Finn Goodson can do now. He's got the first point, so I guess that's a good start. But it was tough going in that first game. He only grabbed 2 points there. So far, a little bit more structured here. And you can see, though, Friskin's got the position on the court, though, hasn't he, Maiden? Oh.
Yeah, he's positioned himself on the tee quite a bit, dominating that tee.
So we're at 1-1 there, the stroke against Goodson. We haven't seen any errors that I can tell from Frisky.
No, not that I've seen, no.
Oh, and lifting that one too high. And he just needs to slow himself down, Goodson, and don't play at the same speed. Play at his speed. Otherwise, he's just going to be rushed into everything. Oh, there we go. There's another one. We cursed it. It's better play. So there you go, hitting the back wall, and ball just dropping away. Oh, he's got the lead. So it's a 3-2 lead. Not a big one. But he's going to feel a little bit more confident now, knowing that he hit the back wall, ball dropped. And back to 3-3. And just for anybody who wants to watch or be aware of our squash players tomorrow, we do have Paul Cole and Joel King at 1:15 tomorrow morning, playing their semi-finals of the mixed at the Commonwealth Games. It'll be great to see. And also there is a plate game for Caitlin Watts and Abby Palmer as well. And look at that lead. It was 3-1 to Finn Goodson over Jack Friskin. It's switched around, Maiden, to 3-6. Friskin just hyped up energy. He's kind of like an Energizer Bunny, isn't he? He's got that energy all the time.
Little pocket rocket.
Yeah, he'd love that. Oh, that's a nice shot. Just kind of rolled over the backhand, and there was not much bounce, was there? So a better performance by Finn Goodson, but he's just starting to be controlled. There we go. There's the second error.
Yeah.
And he'll be a bit more confident now with Goodson. Try small, nice and deep. That's better. Oh, what a whippy shot there. Across the body, and takes the point. 8-5 up now. Gee, that's a pretty impressive shot. I mean, firstly, it was right into the corner. Secondly, it was Friskin just stepping up and punching it away.
Yeah, that's his signature shot.
Right. Oh, isn't it nice? What's your signature shot? Go on, Maiden. I've seen you play enough. Do you have one?
Oh.
You're not sure at the moment?
Nah, I don't have one.
Oh, 11-5. And so it is a great start for Jack Friskin. 11-5 over Finn Goodson, as the Marlborough Boys College player takes a 2-game-to-love lead.
I toa Jack Friskin I te kemu tuarua, te kaumatahi ki te rima. Kua toa Jack I ngā kemu e rua. Ka hoki mai rāno ki te kemu nei. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E ārahi ana Jack Friskin i ngā kēmu rua ki te tahi. Te kauma tahi ki te rua, te kēmu tuatahi, te kauma tahi ki te rima, te kēmu tuarua. Ka taia nō mātou kia timata i te kēmu tuatoru.
Well, thank you very much there to Maiden League Co with the Freo. And it is, as you can see, Jack Friskin controlling things here very nicely as well. 11-5 was the second game, 11-2 the first game up against Finn Goodson. And Friskin just hyped up, energised, and looking to make this one game each in the first of the boys semi-final. The winner of this goes through to the final. We've got from 8 o'clock tomorrow, the finals. Ooh. I mean, they were so tight to the wall and tight to each other. And
it was the only shot he could play.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything else. So it comes back after love 3 down, 1-3 that is. Finn Goodson getting on the board in this the third game. It's been a bit of a tough one for him. And that ball just too tight on the wall, wasn't it? And the one thing that we noticed as we get into some of the bigger games is that these players use the wall, use the tightness a lot more than some of the players in the, I shouldn't say lower grades, but whereas they'll use the middle, whereas the better players will just pin each other to a wall, won't they?
Yeah. Try and get the border glue to the wall as close as possible.
Yeah, playing down the middle's not really going to work too often, is it?
No.
Just as we see this rally here, who's going to switch? No. There we go. And that's for Goodson there. He played a lot of powerful shots, but
yeah. Few shots in the middle.
Yeah, they weren't going anywhere, were they? It's nice to hit it hard. It feels great, but when the opposition gets it back.
Yeah.
And Jack Friskin up to his tricks of all sorts of different shots. So it is a little bit of weariness there from Goodson. He's saying to himself, probably, I'm doing everything I can, but it's just nothing's happening. And yeah, of course, they desperately want to get through to the final. The last time they won it, well, Grammar have won this title before, but it has been a little while. I'll just look through and let you know. I mean, between a few schools in the boys of late as to. It was in the boys, it was Tauranga boys last time, Mount Albert Grammar, Westlake for about 4 in a row, Tauranga for 3 in a row, Christchurch boys. Auckland Grammar, the last time they won it was 2008. That was a 6-year run. So yeah, from 2008, Auckland Grammar were very keen to win this title, whereas Marlborough boys have never won the boys title. And they have a good team this year in particular. Opportunity to do it. It's probably, I think, their best opportunity if they're going to win it. And they started, well, not the greatest way for them, losing the first match. Elvis Flynn defeating Bryn Woodley in straight games. And this one here, well, it looks pretty positive for Jack Friskin. 9-2 after winning the first two. Let's see what he can do. And it is match ball. Oh, look at that for a bus. Oh, there's the good lift. And oh, there we go. That's a nice way to hold off a match ball, isn't it? A wiper's shot right across the court. Big swing. No bounce on it, but plenty of pace. Holds off one match ball. do a lot of stretching. And, oh, the error. So that is 11-3 in the final, 11-2, 11-5, 11-3 for Jack Friskin from Marlborough Boys College over Auckland Grammar's Finn Goodson. It is now one match apiece between the two teams.
I toa Jack Friskin I te kēmu whakamutunga o te rangi nei. Ko ngā kura kei te tākaro ko Marlborough ki Auckland Grammar. Tēnā rā koutou katoa mō te whakarongo ki hau e kōrero ana mō te...
All right, well, thank you very much there for Maiden League Co. We'll be back with the next match in just a moment.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki te kēmu tua toru o te rangi nei, o te whakataitai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. Ko ngā kura ke te tākaro i te ahi nei, ko Marlborough me Auckland Grammar. E pūrei ana a Christopher Hibbard no te kura o Marlborough ki a Upper Whatialofa no te kura o Auckland Grammar.
Well, thank you very much there, Maiden League Co. Off to the World Junior Championships tomorrow afternoon with a number of these players. In fact, Upper Whatialofa, who we can see on court right now, just warming up there from Auckland Grammar. He is also one of those players going to the World Junior Champs. So we have Upper Whatialofa in the blue and yellow, and Chris Hibbard from Marlborough Boys College, the pretty tall player. Maiden League Co, you trained with him. He's a fairly tall young lad, isn't he? About 6'3", or I don't know what height he is, but he's tall.
Yes, he's very tall. It's impossible to get anything past him while we're training.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of thing where you, coming from Wellington region, you train with a lot of these players whenever you can. And tell me, who's your coach?
Nick Meader is my coach.
Right, okay. And for these two players, we're going to see some long rallies, aren't we? Because they're both up there, aren't they? A2 players have had, well, Upper has a PSA ranking. I'm not sure if Chris has one at the moment, but they're around that sort of entry into the PSA, and they're used to training and playing hard. There's quite a rivalry between a big group of players as to who would get selected in the boys junior team. You had Joe Smythe out in front. You know, as Joe Smythe makes it in by just a few days to go to France. So he was out in front, but then the rest of them, whether it was Arpa, Tom Marshall, yeah, there's a raft of players that are all very close and kept on trying to beat each other. And who else? You had another Marlborough player in there as well. Yeah, so there was a big group, and that's what we're seeing here. So we're going to see some long rallies between these two players. Could go 5. You've got to be stuck with me for possibly 5 games, Maiden. Oh, don't look so scared. And just on the other court, we can tell you it is the other semi-final. That is Whangarei Boys. And let's have a look, Whangarei Boys in the other semi-final up against Hamilton. And of course the other girls semi-final is Otamotai College, the defending champions, up against Tauranga Boys. Tauranga Girls, that is. That nice local derby in Auckland and such. And the girls semi that will be televised here. And that will feature, yep, bit of a stroke there. The girls semi-final to go on this court. We're going to see Takapuna Grammar up against Whangarei Girls as well. So Maiden, when you were at these junior tournaments, do you watch much of the other players, or do you just like to focus on yourself or take yourself away from playing and go hang out with your girlfriends and stuff like that?
A bit of both.
Yeah.
A bit of both. Yeah, I try and hang out with my mates as much as possible, but then I also have to try and, push away and focus for my games.
Right. Well, it is also a social thing, in a good sense. It's not just everybody gets together and giggles and that sort of thing, but you don't always see each other, and you might have friends from around the country, whether it's from Auckland or wherever. So it is quite a big thing. I seem to recall the junior champs in Christchurch after the first big lockdown that everybody had for COVID, and we managed to have that tournament, and all the players were just so happy to see each other as well, because everybody had kind of lost that physical contact of seeing everybody. So it's quite a nice thing, and I know you're all meant to focus on your game, but it is good to see your friends from around the country, isn't it? Look at this, keeping the ball tight to the wall there, switches across to the backhand ball. And this is good control from Chris Hibbard there. And a nice punchy shot, keeps it controlled. You've trained with Chris Hibbard. What's his sort of strength, aside from his bulk, as in height, and his, you can see his big shoe size there. What's his strength?
He can volley things, quite a lot of things due to his height. He's always blocking the ball. He blocks you from getting to the ball. Yeah, that's all I can say, right?
So we're talking that, you know, he uses his presence in a not illegal way, but he uses his presence to actually, you know, dominate the court rather than as necessarily as shots all the time. You've got to go around him.
Yep.
Whereas someone like Apa Wharealofa he's not short, but he's more of a, you know, he's able to move around the court pretty quickly. He doesn't have the physical size of Chris Hibbert, but he does have the speed around the court, doesn't he? So a 9-3 lead to Wharealofa. He's just been very steady. Hasn't given much away. Pretty much the way he plays. Oh, hasn't given much away, and I think I cursed it there, didn't I? Second error from Apa Wharealofa from the Henderson Club. A well-known name when it comes to squash in particular. The whole Wharealofa name has been instrumental behind the rise of Henderson Squash Club. Ooh, a bit tight there. Was there almost a bit of a clip? So far in this competition we have the first game going to Auckland Grammar, and that was Elvis Flynn in straight over Bryn Woodley, and the second game Jack Friskin beating Finn Goodson in straight games. So nice little comeback from Chris Hibbert here. And he was down by, he's won the last 3 points. And we can see the intensity here is just another step up again, just the speed and the pace that they're hitting. And that was a pretty risky shot, but it came off, didn't it? So if it comes off, it looks great. Rolled that one off the wall, did Apa Wharealofa, and there he goes, wins that first game. 11-6, Apa Wharealofa from Auckland Grammar, 11-6 over Chris Hibbert in the first game. Hibbert from Marlborough Boys College.
I toa Chris I te kēmu tuatahi, te kaumatahi ki te ono, e arahi te... Oh, aroa mai. Sorry. I toa apa I te kēmu tuatahi, te kaumatahi ki te ono, e arahi te kura o Auckland Grammar, tahi ki te kore. nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. I toa apa i te kēmu tuatahi te kaumatahi ki te ono, e ārahi te kura o Auckland Grammar tahi kēmu ki te kore.
All right, that's Maiden Lee Koh, one of our juniors going off to the World Champs tomorrow afternoon. And Maiden, it must be quite strange coming to a tournament like this when you don't actually have a team to play for. You can't play for your school. You don't have your school isn't entered in this, is it?
No, my school doesn't know what squash. Oh, they do, but like it's not that big in my school.
But it's a fair point. I mean, do your friends at school know that you're a fairly decent squash player?
Yeah, they know I play squash.
They know, okay. Do they, in the nicest possible way, care? It's like, oh yeah, Maiden plays a bit of squash, yeah. She's okay.
I think it's just because they don't really know the game and stuff, so they don't really, you know.
That's a nice shot. He's certainly able to hit a very low, flat shot there, Upper Whare. He's got quite a skill at that. He doesn't put much height on the ball. His margin of error is so tight on the actual tin that he hits it so well. And he's got Hebbert on the run at the moment, and that big stride having to come out. It's like when people watch Glenn Templeton play, they think he doesn't run that much, but he doesn't have to. It's just a couple of steps and you're there.
Yeah, just the reach and he's there.
Yeah. I bet it's, I mean, you can see that someone like Paul Cole, who's not tall, he's probably about 5'11" or something like that. He's not a real tall guy, but it doesn't stop him from being exceptionally quick around the court. Did you see Paul Cole play at the NZ Champs recently?
No, my game times are a bit different, so I had to focus on...
But just having, say, Paul Cole and Joel King around must have been quite good just to have the presence there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was quite cool. I had a chat with Joelle. She came over and sat with our World Squad team, the girls, and she just gave us some tips about what to do while travelling and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay. Well, that must have been quite nice to have that sort of thing from someone so highly, ranked and highly rated, and a real buzz for you guys to sort of have that sort of thing.
Yeah, it was quite cool to see her in person, not on a screen.
Because when you see her in person, one thing that strikes a lot of people who do see her either play in person or just next to her is that she has quite a physical presence. She looks like an athlete. You see her and you think, if you didn't know if she was a squash player, you'd say, what sport does she play? Because she just has that athletic presence about her. Whereas Paul's exceptionally fit, one of the fittest players on the world circuit, and Joelle's just epitomises strength and athleticism. And so getting a little bit tighter here between these two players in the sense that Chris Hebbert, they're just looking at the ref for a let and things. Ooh. Managed to get to that, I don't know how. That reach. Nice shot. That's much better. Well, Hebbert just a little bit disappointed on that shot that he gave away that point. Could have been up to a 7-3 lead. Instead, it's 4-6. Did that one give you a fright? Finally go. Yeah, it was a loud hit into the tin. And to 5-6 now. There's a little bit of a comeback as such from Upper Wharealofa after being down at 3-6. He's coming back a little bit more. He's just so steady and almost in the nicest possible way annoying in the way that he plays. He's able to make you play a long rally. He's not necessarily going to out-hit Chris Hibbert. Oh, managed to avoid that ball coming straight at his body. And what are we after there? Okay, and looks like we've got a let on that one. Is that right? So for you, Maiden Lee, have you travelled anywhere outside of New Zealand for squash?
I played the Malaysian Junior Open in 2019.
Okay. Here's my maths going now. So that was how many years ago? 3 years? You must have been 13 years old.
Yeah, I was 13.
Wow. Okay, so France is going to be something very special. Anyway, I think for anybody to go to, it's a fantastic place. You're in the south of France, and that's even better. Or I think you're south of France where you're going. And have you done any research?
No, not really.
Okay, I'm just going to get on the plane and see where it lands. You know any French words? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, no, sorry.
No, that's fine. Well, we might have to throw in a little bit of French to keep you going here. Does anybody in the team know any French words?
I think Tamsin has been practicing, so I think she can do a bit of translation for us.
That's great. And Wharealofa looking for something there. I'm not too sure. The ball seemed to have zipped past him already. And doesn't get any joy out of the decisions there, so it is Chris Hibbert with the lead. He's pretty much maintained the lead throughout this second game after dropping the first 6-11. Oh, and that one was just hard up against the wall. Wharealofa frustrated that he couldn't quite get his racket or do anything to it. I think he could have maybe have done is just blocked it in some way. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a great shot by Hibbert. And Maiden, he's about to wrap up the second game. If he can win this point, make it 1-1, we're always going to see a tight one between these two. Oh, yeah, I saw you wince at that one. What do you think about that? It's too tight to the wall?
Yeah, it's pretty tight.
Yep, stroke. Yep, it was a stroke, so one more point back for Upper Wharealofa. And it is Chris Hibbert holding on to that game point. I'm not sure where the confidence is going to either player on this one. And so lit on that one instead. So he was trying to get out of the way, and it wasn't too dangerous, so they've allowed for a let instead of a stroke. And it's been a nice fight back, hasn't it? Well, not nice for Chris Hibbert, because I think the pressure is probably on Chris Hibbert now. Sure, he's still got it 1 game point, but he's seen all these other points just eroded away slowly. And I think Apa Wharealofa's probably got the momentum behind him and feeling that he can do this. He's got it set up. Ooh. Hibbert's just staying in here, just hanging in. And takes it 11-9, so that is Chris Hibbert making it 1 game apiece. It was Apa Wharealofa taking the first 11-6, and Chris Hibbert taking the second 11-9.
I toa Chris I te kemu tuarua, te kaumatahi ki te iwa. Kua whakahoki mai rā no, Chris I tētahi o ngā kemu, tai ki te tahi. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Chris Hibbert no te kura o Marlborough ki Apa no te kura o Auckland Grammar. E ara hei, kua whakahoki mai rā no Chris I ētahi o ngā kemu, tahi.
All right, that's Maiden Lee Ko, and just in te reo, keeping you up to date that it is, as you can see there, 1 game apiece in this number 1 match. It is Apa Wharealofa for Auckland Grammar. Here, the yellow sleeves up against Chris Hibbert from Marlborough Boys College. Wharealofa taking the first 11-6, Hibbert the second 11-9. Certainly some good quality squash between these 2 players, some quite structured points, and any time a player makes an error, it really does prove vital. Oh, played it off the body, both players off the body, and some good pace from Wharealofa, but Hibbert comes through on that one in the end. Some good support here from the Marlborough team. And right behind their team. as Hibbard, after taking the second 11-9, is now out to a 3-2 lead. So Fatialova winning the first 11-6. I'm not sure what that shot was. And just control of the ball, lifts it quite nicely. And I think the biggest supporters currently for Marlborough boys from their team, they're good at making noise. Wouldn't you suggest that good at making noise, the Marlborough team? You train with a lot of those players there, Maiden. They fun to train with?
Yeah.
So training becomes enjoyable. All right. Well, that's one of those things. So how often do you train a week? For someone like you, with the World Juniors coming up, is it every day? How often? Twice a day?
I've been trying to train for 5 days, but because of school, I have to commit some of my after school time to complete some schoolwork.
Right.
Ooh.
It really does feel as though we've got an extra microphone next to that because, gee, it's loud hitting the tin. So it's a matter of balancing schoolwork, and for a lot of you, this is the same case. It's probably only Joe Smythe, but then he's at university studying. For a lot of you in the team going over, it is a balance of schoolwork and squash.
Yeah, I have to try and, because I'm going away for 2 weeks, I won't be at school for 2 weeks. I have to try and complete as much work as possible.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry about that while I'm over in France.
Well, I'll ask you then, so you any good at your school subjects then?
A bit of a mischief sometimes, but yeah.
All right, well, we'll take that as there's potential.
Yeah.
And is there anything that you want to do when you finish school? I mean, obviously you want to be the best squash player you possibly can, but is there, anything that you really want to aim for at this stage?
Yeah, I really want to focus on my squash, but I also want to do something I really want to get a degree and stuff like that. I want to focus on becoming a sport psychologist.
Okay. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, well, there's certainly a market for that, and you're getting to see what it's like firsthand anyway, aren't you? So 6-5 up, and what we expected, a close contest in this, the third game. Remember, the first was to Upper Fatialova, the second to Chris Hibbert. And you can see there Chris Hibbert, he's just, I don't know if he's tired a little bit, he was just haunched over his racket, sort of leaning there. It could be tiredness, or it could be just trying to slow himself down. How do you slow yourself down in between points? Do you have a system of taking 5 breaths, counting to 5, or is it just anything in particular?
Yeah, I just kind of try and focus on my breathing, and then I also bounce the ball quite a lot to get myself back hyped up again.
Well, that ball just almost zipped past Fatialova. Managed to catch it on the edge of his racket. And better depth there again from Chris Hibbert, to win from the backhand corner to the forehand corner. Takes a 2-point advantage. And in the meantime, though, it is Fatialova playing that one nicely from the tee, chipping away at the backhand. Let's see what we can do here. And in this third game, no player's really been able to grab it and say, this is mine, I'm going to take this third game. It's sort of been, you take that point, I'll take this point, we'll work each other back into it. And back to 8-all. So we're going to call this the vital point, the vital 17th point. Had to work out the maths there. Tell me about that one, Maiden. What sort of shot would you call that? Just a blast down the backhand, wasn't it? A blast down the forehand wall.
Yeah, it was quite a good shot.
Quite a good shot. I like that. Quite a good shot. Well, I'm going to call it sensational. And so the game ball, 10-8. See if we can take the 2-game-to-1 lead. Remember, it's one match apiece between Auckland Grammar and Marlborough Boys College, #1 team. The winner of this goes through to the grand final, where the final's starting from 8 a.m. tomorrow. Those reactions. Was that good? It was?
Yeah.
And now, what did he actually do on that shot? Was it a chop, or what sort of backhand would you call it?
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a slice into the net.
Well, he gave nothing back, did he? The ball just did not come back. And how's Tom Marshall looking down there? Is he nervous? Is him in the crowd, or is he not there getting warmed up for his match?
I think he's getting warmed up for his match.
A little bit of excitement there for Maiden League Co. And the people here. Yeah, you can see Chris Hibbard there. It's looking a little tired, but I mean, they've had to work so hard for each point, aren't they? Got the fist bump there from Apawhati Alofa. He's come back from a little way down here. And again, Hibbard is showing his tiredness, which is probably something from the right. There you go, wrong side. Now, even if you are tired, you don't want to show that to your opponent, do you? You want to say, "Hey, I'm still strong. I'm still here," rather than. I mean, that's just one of those things coaches, sports psychs tell you. Oh, what do we got?
Ooh, I think we've got a let.
Yep, we have. Okay, so a let between these two at the moment, and let's see if we can finish it off. Apawhati Alofa, he's got the first point. Game point, and there we go. We've got Tom Marshall to the right of the screen, just taking a little look. I think he's going to be on next. Not sure. Oh, that's a good shot. A little bit of excitement there from you, Maiden. And, we don't mind if you're biased, it's fine. You train with these guys from Marlborough, so it's good news for you. Back to 11 all. That forehand is a real weapon for Chris Hibbard. He's using it well to really move Apawhati Alofa about. It's just the extra pace that he gets out of it. Well, it's going either way. We still have no idea. Another fist pump there from Apawhati Alofa. Just hung in that point. And another game ball. That is a 13-11, so we're just waiting for the decision, and we'll give that 13-11, 2-games-to-1 for Apawhati Alofa from Auckland Grammar against Marlborough Boys College over Chris Hibbard.
I toa Apawhati Alofa I te kēmu tua toru, te kauma toru ki te kauma tahi, e arahi a apa I ngā kēmu e rua ki te tahi, ara ko te kauma tahi ki te ono, te iwa ki te kauma tahi, me te kauma toru ki te kauma tahi. Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana a Chris Hibbard no te kura o Marlborough ki a Apa Whatialofa no te kura o Auckland Grammar. E arahi a Apa I ngā kemu e rua ki te tahi.
All right, and there we are on the Whakatau Māori. It is Maiden League Co there. And Dave Worsley with you. We're looking at this semi-final of the boys secondary schools. Auckland Grammar up against Marlborough Boys, and it is, as you can see there, 2-1. Apa Whatialofa for Auckland Grammar with the yellow sleeves up against Chris Hibbard from Marlborough Boys College. And it was Whatialofa who took the first 11-6. Hibbard 11-9 in the second, and 13-11 to Whatialofa. So that's where he has the 2 games to love. And we've seen that big weapon of Hibbard, the forehand punch, come out a few times. Whereas the consistency of Whatialofa has certainly kept him in the match. And he's looking for a call, but I think it was just a bit too slow getting there. What do you think, Maiden? What's the point stance?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, it does. It does stand. You wouldn't have given it. You wouldn't have given that, would you? Now, we're not going to show you the facial expressions of Maiden League Co right now. But she's riding the emotion of this particular match because she does train with a lot of these players that are in the Marlborough team. Oh, I don't know how he reached that, but he got it nicely.
Oh, what a roller.
But that was a well executed point from Apa Whatialofa. He's started extremely well. So for you, Maiden, you train all the time with Nick Meter. Is there any other players that you train with?
I don't really train all the time with Nick. He's based in Christchurch now, so I occasionally go and fly down and train with him. But I train with some of the B-grade men back home in Wellington.
Okay. And that's probably quite good for you, with a sense of power that they may hit and how they'll use their physical presence as well. Do you get knocked around a little bit?
Yeah, they show no mercy.
That's a good thing, because sometimes you don't want them to. Yeah, look at that, 6 love. You don't want them to be, oh, you're a girl, we're going to be nice to you. It's not going to be that way. Okay, well, that's good. So 6 love now, and Chris Hibbard, what's he got to do here? What is he got to play to his pace, or what's he got to change?
He keeps driving it, I reckon. I think he just needs to chuck it short a few times.
That's nice.
There we go.
Oh, I don't think you can call for that now. He didn't get anything. Point stands. And I don't think you can really call for anything there, could he? You're going to say let?
I actually don't know.
You're really trying to run away from this referee thing.
I'm real bad at no let strokes.
Oh, okay. Well, there's the error that he didn't want, because I'm not saying it was a basic error, but it was something that he could have just played nicely. Instead, it just wasn't quite there for him. And he'll be frustrated with that. And a couple of errors coming in there to his game as Apa Whatialofa just raises his game, and it's about to serve, but Hibbard wasn't ready. And that's 3 in a row. Whatialofa almost running to serve. He's almost running to it, and wants to finish it off. Give Hibbard no chance at all. See if he can get on the board. Oh, and it's an 11 love to finish it. So that is 3-1, 11-6, 9-11, 13-11, 11 love. And that now makes it 2-1 overall for Auckland Grammar against Marlborough Boys High. And so, as we said there, 3-1, Apa Whatialofa over Chris Hibbard.
I toa a Apa Whatialofa no te kura o Auckland Grammar I roto I ngā kēmu e whā, te kaumatai ki te ono, iwa ki te kaumatai, te kaumatoru ki te kaumatahi, te kaumatoru ki te kore. E arahi te kura o Auckland Grammar i ngā kiemu e 2 ki te 1. Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Dylan no te kura o Marlborough ki Arjun no te kura o Auckland Grammar. E arahi te kura o Auckland Grammar e rua kemu ki te tahi.
So this match underway now, and as you heard there from Maiden League Co, we have from Marlborough Boys College, it is Dylan Gillenmont up against Auckland Grammar's Arjun Manavanan. And Manavanan in the yellow sleeves, remembering that it is currently 2 games to 1, or 2 matches to 1 for Auckland Grammar. The wins there for Albus Flynn and Upper Whatialofa. And the point there for Marlborough Boys College went to Jack Friskin in 3 games, straight games over Finn Goodson. So a bit of a vital match for Marlborough. Dylan Gillenmont on the court. If Gillenmont wins this, then it will come down to Tom Marshall up against we have Noah Thomas. And so those two wait, and I'm sure they just can't wait to get on the court, or maybe they'd like it to be over before they get on the court and wrap that up. So let's just have a little look here at heading through, just waiting for the scores to come up. And a nice shot there from Gillenmont as the ball zipped past his opponent. And again, another point going to the Marlborough player. We'll just, no scoring at the moment, but we'll listen up and see if we can hear the score from the official. Oh, there we go. Now we'll get it up. That's nice. 4 each. Okay, 5 each. There you go. We didn't have a point played, but the score went up by a point each. And that one played up and out. Remember that the winner of this contest, well, they're going to take on, it's not going to be easy in the final. Remember those finals are tomorrow. The winner of this contest takes on Whangarei Boys or Hamilton Boys. And the other girls' semi-final later on today is Otamotai College, the defending champions. In a bit of a crosstown battle, they take on Tauranga girls. The semi-final that we'll be watching, well, that features Takapuna Grammar, not too far down the road here from this club, up against Whangarei girls. And here we have the Marlborough Boys player Dylan Gillenmont leading 8-6 against Arjun Manavanan. So quite a fast tempo so far for this particular first game. A bit of a roller boast that didn't quite come off. And it is Dylan Gillenmont who is now ahead the first game ball. Just to really lunge at that one, and that is the first game, 11-6 to Gillenmont, and a 1-game-to-love lead for Marlborough Boys over Auckland Grammar, Jun Manavanan.
I toa Dylan I te kēmu tuatahi, te kauma tahi ki te ono, no te kura o Marlborough, ki Arjun no te kura o Auckland Grammar. nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. I toa a Dylan i te kēmu tuatahi te kaumatahi ki te ono, no te kura o Marlborough, ki Arjun no te kura o Auckland Grammar.
Well, as you heard there from Maiden League Ho, Dylan Guillemont, 11-6 the first game. Arjun over Arjun Manavanan from Auckland Grammar. And a vital match for Marlborough if they want to make it through the final, that is, because they're down 1 match to 2. If Dylan Guillemont can win this, they'll make it 2 each. And then it'll come down to Tom Marshall up against Noah Thomas. And that should be a very entertaining contest as we continue this match. And both of these players are willing to give the ball a bit of a hit. Not too much passiveness out there. Nice point, controlled it very well, Arjun, from the tee, and plenty of options. Of course, finals start at the very early time of 8 AM tomorrow, and probably go through until around about 2 PM. Don't forget we have an award from Caltex for the best and fairest player. And thank you very much to all the sponsors of this tournament as well. The host clubs, of course the North Shore Club here, Browns Bay, and also Devonport Squash Club. And also to the other sponsors as well, School Sport New Zealand, and Whakata Māori, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Polo Projects, and to Caltex as well. Just both players feeling their way into the second game. Oh, spun around, not quite. So for you, Maiden League Co, is there any particular matches that you can remember yourself, that as juniors or seniors, or do you just, are they just once they're played, they're gone? You sort of have one match, yeah, I remember playing that, yeah, it still sticks with me.
I think it was a match the very first time I bet my mum. I think I was 11 and that stuck with me ever since, and I give her so much grief about it.
Oh, that's superb, that's great. Has she beaten you since, or you just carried on beating her?
Carried on.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Did she used to sort of give you a little bit of grief and talk to you on the court?
Yeah, she'd try and get in my head, just like, she'll start dancing on the court, just trying to get into my head.
Oh, that's superb. I like your mum. I like her already. That's brilliant. Alright, and yeah, no one able to just really move forward too much here with Guillemont taking the first 11-6. Got a 1 point advantage here. That's good play. And a good round of applause from supporters of Auckland Grammar. It's a nice boast there. Are you much of a boaster yourself, or do you like to hit through the ball and choose a wall or hit through?
Yeah, I don't like boasting.
And I mean boaster, and I don't mean boaster as in promoting yourself, I mean boast as in the shot.
Nah.
Yes.
Nope.
Noticed Paul Cole in his singles matches as he won gold. Was able to do quite a short boast. It wasn't playing it necessarily from the back. It was when he was up close, he would play the angles there, and just to keep his opponent off guard. So let's see what can happen here, as it is taking the 1 point lead. He's got options there.
Oh, trickle buzz.
Yeah, there you go. There's what we've just been talking about. You're going to have to learn how to do those up close, aren't you? But the thing is, if you do play straight too often.
Oh, another one.
Wow.
I believe that's Jack Friskin's favourite shot,
Yeah,
but he
something
just
like
can't
that.
execute it properly.
Yeah, but that's the sort of thing that against better opponents you just can't play the same shot down the middle or down the walls. And there we go, 11-7. Bit of a comeback there, and he evens it up. John Manavanan against Dylan Gilmont. It is 1 game each, and a nice little comeback there from the Auckland Grammar player.
I toa a Jan I te kēmu tuarua, te kaimatahi ki te whitu. Kua whakahoki mai rā no Auckland Grammar I ētehi o ngā kēmu. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Dylan no te kura o Marlborough ki a Jan no te kura o Auckland Grammar. E tahi kēmu ki te tahi, kua whakahoki rā mai nā no a Marlborough I ētehi o ngā kēmu.
Well, there you go. As you heard then, it is 1 game apiece, Marlborough Boys College up against Auckland Grammar in this semi-final. Remembering that Auckland Grammar are up by 2 matches to 1. So this is very vital for Marlborough Boys if they want to make it through to the final. And we still have players to come. It'll be Tom Marshall up against Noah Thomas, and that'll be a real key if we do get that far. But in the meantime, it is John Manavanan against Dylan Gillamont, and we are 1 game apiece. And with me is the very talented young player from Wellington. Are we calling you Wellington, or are we calling you Kapiti Coast, or Porirua? Where do we want to call you, maiden?
Porirua.
Okay, from Porirua. All right. And about to go away overseas tomorrow with the World Juniors. Oh, just played that one. I don't know how he played it. It was sort of just pushing it away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's been Manavanan looking pretty strong so far in this, the third. Taking a 4-1 lead. Got 5-1 now. What do your parents think about you travelling to France? Are they excited for you?
Yes, we're very excited. Mum wants to come, but she can't.
She got work or something else back
Yeah.
home. I think there's a couple of parents who have sort of planning to go along. It's a great opportunity. I think the last couple of times was Malaysia, and prior to that I think was India, that the World Juniors, or maybe the other way round. So when you get France, I guess you want to take it up. Oh, look at that for a buzz. Gets it going his way. Unfortunate there for Dylan. He just sort of ran through the shot a little bit too much, and his opponent didn't have anywhere safely to swing. It was on. It was almost on. Yeah, it could have been a great shot. We're going to get you boasting a whole lot, the World Juniors. What have we got there? Should be lit. Guided that one beautifully, didn't he?
Oh, it's hot.
That's a good point. For you, Maiden, what's your actual club that you play at, or the nearest club to where you live?
I play for Mana Squash Club.
Okay.
It's in Porirua, Ngāti Tōdau Mei.
And is that club sort of, how many courts does it have?
It has 3, but I think we're looking to get a 4th court.
Okay. Because I know that Tawa has just developed, or they've almost finished a new court as part of their complex as well, and so Hutt City's got in the new complex for them, so there's a few clubs that are doing alterations, isn't there?
I saw the Tawa Club last week, and it's almost finished.
Okay, well that'll be great. Yeah, they were very keen to make it as modern as possible, the new court. Without being fully glass, they were very keen to make it as modern as possible, and so that people could see it, use it for a tournament like this, for instance. It's a big advantage now for Auckland Grammar's Jun Manabanan. He's got the game point to go up 2-1 and give the victory to Auckland Grammar overall. He's held back 1. And, just keen to serve there, Dylan Guillemot, but his opponent wasn't quite ready. Just wiping a bit of spit out of his goggles. Gets the bounce and holds off 1 more. And another one, I think that's 3.
Come back.
No, he's not giving this away. And Guillemot just hanging in there. And 1 more. He seems to play better when he's down. Pressure, in many ways, it switches around.
Oh,
Goodness.
look at him go.
That's so. Who would you say the pressure has gone on now? Is it Auckland Grammar or Marlborough? Is it John or Dylan?
I reckon Auckland Grammar's feeling the pressure now.
Yeah. That's 5 points in a row. And you've got to keep on telling yourself, if you're John, that hey, I had this massive lead. It's got. Oh, not quite. In the end, it is 11-8. And there we go, 11-8. It is for the Auckland Grammar player, John Manabanan, over Dylan Guillemot, and it's 2-1.
I toa a Ajan I te kēmu tuatoru, tikai matahi ki te waru, e arahi a Ajan I ngā kēmu rua ki te tahi, ono ki te tikai matahi ki te whitu, tikai matahi ki te waru. Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki te whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana a Dylan o te kura o Marlborough ki a Arjun o te kura o Auckland Grammar. I toa a Arjun i te kēmu tuatoru, te kaumatahi ki te waru.
All right, so we're underway in this game at 4, and it is John the Mana Banan leading by 2 games to 1 over Dylan Goodman from Marlborough Boys College. And if we can take this out now, this will be a win for Auckland Grammar overall. And they will move through to the final. And they'll take on either Whangarei Boys or Hamilton Boys. And remembering that, well, the last time that Auckland Grammar won, we just checked through, the last time they actually won the title was a few years ago now. It was after 6 years of domination. It was 2008. Whereas Marlborough Boys College have never actually won the title. This is probably the best year with the players they've got. And last year was Tauranga Boys, prior to that Mount Albert Grammar, prior to that Westlake Boys had a big run. And looking at the girls tournament, the current champions Otamotai College, Whangarei Girls, Napier Girls High School. Just trying to think who would have been there for that. And prior to that, Epsom, Palmerston North. Yeah, the loud whack of the ball going into the tin. And a bit of a query here from John. No, 1-1. Let's carry on. We'll just have a look at some of the other schools that have done well going back to 1985 when the competition started. Rangatahi College, the Thames High School won it 2 years. Kaitaia College, well, that would have been the Kitchens. That would have been Shelley Kitchen and probably Trina, his sister, winning for them. That was 3 years. They ended up winning 5 years in a row. Cambridge High School, well, that sounds like particularly Joel King. Tokoroa High School, I'm not too sure who would have been at that one. No, that was all on the girls. And the boys, Manurewa High School. Cargill High School, Ashburton College, John Paul College. A few interesting teams in there as well. But in the meantime, it is Dylan Gilmont, 2-point lead. Both players playing a little bit down the middle at the moment. Just need to restructure the game a little bit, and there's the error from Gilmont. Just hitting it too high. What's the call? Stroke. It is. That's never a good sign, but he is leading 2 games to 1. Maybe it's the same spot on the court. The ball did not bounce on that one. And we're 5 apiece. Oh, just chopped. Oh, nice recovery from Gilmont. Awesome. Great athleticism there, Maiden, from both players, wasn't there? A lot of stretching, a lot of just recovering for the ball. And well done for both players. a beautiful shot. So the score has turned around a little bit from the initial lead from Dylan Guillemot. It is John Manavadan, and he's up 7-5. It's a great shot to do off the serve, and brings it back to just 1 point different. Wow, jamming him against the wall, squeezed up against the wall. That shot couldn't do much with it, and we're now 7 apiece. Drinking through a straw. Powerful shot. He's wanting to wrap this up as quickly as possible after dropping the first game. Manavadan, he's looked fairly solid. What do we after that? (9-7). It should be. I'm not sure. Quite got the score right. We'll listen out, Maiden, and we'll see if we hear a change here. Okay, we did have a let before. That's the correct score, 8-7. Okay, we've got a couple of lets. It's taken a little while, isn't it? Okay. Well, we know that was definitely a point. Okay. And sometimes it just takes a couple of seconds for it to click over, but it is 9-7. 2 points away from victory for Manavadan and for Auckland Grammar to go through to the final. And that ball just scooting away from Guillemot. And this is at match point. Yes? No? Okay, so it appears that we do have a let there as well. Quite the point where the shot decision we're looking for. That is it. Some very enthusiastic. You can see that's Elvis Flynn to the side. He was pretty happy. And that is 3 games to 1, 6-11, 11-7, 11-8, and 11-7. So they are through to the final. Auckland Grammar as Arjun Manavanan defeats Dylan Guillemot.
Ko ia nei te kēmu tua whā I Wainganui Marlborough me Auckland Grammar. I tua Arjun I roto I ngā kēmu e whā no te kura o Auckland Grammar. Ono ki te kaumatahi ki te whitu, te kaumatahi ki te waru, te kaumatahi ki te whitu. I toa aia ki Dylan no te kura o Marlborough. Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Thomas Marshall no te kura o Marlborough ki Naua no te kura o Auckland Grammar. Kua toa ke Auckland Grammar I te whakataetai nei I Wainganui I Auckland rawa ko Marlborough. Nā reira, he tūmomo Kiemu kaore mo te karehehua.
Thank you very much there to Maidenly Ko for the reo on the whakata Māori. And as she mentioned, it is Tom Marshall from Marlborough Boys College. With the Marlborough written across his shoulders, and up against Noah Thomas with the yellow sleeves. And it is a dead match as such, because Auckland Grammar are already through to the final, having won 3-1 over Marlborough Boys College. So we'll leave the boys to carry on here, and we'll be ready for the girls semi-final. That'll be from 6 p.m, that girls semi-final featuring Whangarei girls against Takapuna Grammar. And now just getting underway with the girls semi-finals, and it is Takapuna Grammar against Whangarei girls. And you can see there in the, well, we've got Heather Bowden up against Hayley Rhodes, and it is Heather Bowden in the black and gold of Takapuna Grammar up against Hayley Rhodes in the one-piece outfit. Has Northland written over her back. And just getting underway there. On the other courts, we can say that the other girls' semi-final about to get underway, and that is the Tauranga Crosstown match. Otamotai College, defending champs, and they're up against Tauranga girls. And the score will be coming up very shortly. There we go. It's all working so to a piece. And we'll be joined very shortly as well by co-commentator Maiden Coe. And Maiden Coe, and as we've said, she's off to France very shortly. And in fact, here she comes now. And just a lot of people to see and talk to for the Maidenly Co. As just getting to the early stages here. Oh, but she's come back with chocolate. That's all that matters for her. There we go. Oh, and the mic, very noisy mic. Okay. So.
Hello, sorry about that.
That's all right there. That is Maidenly Co coming back, and we've got Heather Bowden in the yellow and black from Takapuna Grammar up against Hayley Rhodes from Whangarei. 3-all in the first. Make that 4-3 to Hayley Rhodes. The early stages of this, the first game, and the winner of this, well, they go through to take on either Otamotai College or Tauranga girls in the final. Now, I think that is going to be 8 o'clock tomorrow. We know that the final will start at 8, just with the girls or boys first. And say that on the other court at the moment, some very good players for Tauranga girls. You've got Ella Hill, and she's one of the top juniors around. Also, we have for Otamotai, Erin Wiley, Grace Spencer. We've got the Kennelly sisters. Kayla Bowles is there as number 5. So some good players, a lot of B1s, a couple of B2s. And looking at Justine Pulsch, she is the number 1 for Takapuna Grammar. She's a B1. For Whangarei, it's Chelsea Trail as a B1 as well. So the top players certainly got pretty good gradings. And we're looking now at Takapuna Grammar and Hayley Bowden, Heather Bowden that is, sorry, up 7-5, make that 8-5 against Hayley Rhodes. So both these players just working their way back into the match. And jamming that one right at the back of the court. There's 9-6. Good depth off the serve for Bowden. Alton, I see switches around as well, so good change of direction. And takes the first game point of the first game. So Heather Bowden taking the first 11-6, and the black and yellow, or black and gold, and Hayley Rhodes getting 6 points there from Whangarei Girls College.
I toa Heather I te kēmu tuatahi, te kaimatahi ki te ono. E arahi te kura o Takapuna Grammar, tahi kēmu ki te kore. Nei mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patukura tuarua o Aotearoa. E purei ana Heather no te kura o Takapuna Grammar ki Hayley no Whangarei Girls High. E arahi a Heather I te kēmu tuatahi te kaimata I ki te ono.
Right, so it is Heather Bowden, 11-6 the first game over Hayley Rhodes from Whangarei Girls. This is the girls semi-final, and the winner of this are through to the final. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Well, they're going to have to wake up pretty early for that one. And the winner of this semi-final will take on either Otamotai College or Tauranga Girls. So pretty much what we saw in the first game is that if you can hit the depth, there's a fairly good chance in this, I guess it's the number 5 match, that you can win the point. Let's see what you can do there. Bowden, big sweeping shot, whereas that particular point, it was Hayley Rhodes taking control from the tee. We'll come back with the score in just a moment. There we go, 5-3. Nice little turnaround, down by a couple of points, turns it around, and now leading by a couple of points. Let's see what each player can do. Whether they can actually form a good tactical rally. Oh, tried to swing at that one, probably just needed to block it. And at 5 apiece now. First game, 11-6 to Heather Bowden. Look at that, again, the depth. That's what we've been talking about when you see players like this. If you can keep it deep. Oh, no, wrong side. And mainly code with the players here really is about keeping it deep, isn't it? They just know that if it comes off the back wall, it's just going to cause trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, just tie it in along. That's the way to go.
And for you in the sort of time between the boys semi-finals, of course we've got Auckland Grammar going through to the final. I'm not sure who won that other one. I think Whangarei Boys might have won the other one against Hamilton Boys. I'm not sure. We'll have to check on that. But you were able to just catch up with a few players and say hi and that sort of thing?
Yeah, mates with all of them.
Yeah, and Auckland Grammar were pretty happy. And Marlborough Boys, how did they take the loss?
Went over, started talking smack.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, typical stuff. You get over it pretty quickly when you're there with your mates. And we have a game ball. And the players just getting a little lost as to which side they're playing at. It is game ball to Hayley Rhodes. Oh, there you go. And she takes that second game. It is now one game apiece, 11-8. So it was Heather Bowden winning the first 11-6, Hayley Rhodes the second 11-8.
I toa a Hayley I te kēmu tuarua a te kaumatai ki te waru. Kua whakahoki rā mai rā anō a Hayley e te hio ngā kēmu, kua tahi tahi. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patukura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana a Heather no Auckland Grammar, o Takapuna Grammar, aroha mai. Ki Hayley Rhodes no Whangarei Girls. E arahi, kua whakahoki mai rā anō a Hayley I tētahi o ngā kēmu, kua tahi tahi.
And we are one game all between Whangarei Girls and Takapuna Grammar. There was Heather Bowden 11-6 in the first for Takapuna Grammar and Hayley Rhodes 11-8 in the second for Whangarei Girls. And lengthy first make that second point. Oh, there you go. Just skipped past the outstretched Heather Bowden and 2-love up in the second for Whangarei Girls, Hayley Rhodes. Let's see what we can do here. A better rally. And this will drop. And much better rally from Heather Bowden. And they are coached by Manu Yam. But Manu's going with the New Zealand junior team to France, I think, as well. I have to really check on that, but really certainly is. And one of the coaches going with teams for the World Juniors, with the players all leaving early tomorrow afternoon. I think we've got you though for another day, or another morning anyway, Maiden.
Yeah, straight after the finals I go with Tamsin to the airport. So.
Right. Yeah, it's, I know you haven't done much research on much of it, but you're going to be on a plane for a long time. You got some music to listen to or anything like that?
Yes, I have so many playlists downloaded that I can listen.
And have you researched the movies that you can watch or the Netflix series that you can see on the plane?
No, not really.
I'm sure you'll watch a few, probably. At least you're not quite as tall as some of the guys who are going to be in the team who are, once you start hitting 6 foot or 183 metres, it starts to be a bit of a stretch when you're on a plane. Now, there's going to be a couple of those boys, they're going to be a little bit cramped, I think. And of course the coach for the Whangarei Girls, Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist, who plays out of this club and who was the New Zealand junior champ last year. And so, yeah, Riley Jack, he is coaching and playing out of this club. And for Takapuna Grammar, it's Manu Yam. And for Otamoto, well, Fraser Spencer was with Panmure, and but they moved to Tauranga, and has got his daughter in there as well, Grace. So just looking at some of the managers and coaches, and looking at Taonga girls, we've got Kelly Shilton is the coach there. So looking through all of those schools, good to see everybody getting some keen support. And now we've got a nice start by Heather Bowden in this one. See what Hayley Rhodes can come back with. So now it is Heather Bowden, and with a good chance to wrap up this second, made that third game and go 2 games to 1 up. Not one on that one. Nice good depth from one angle, the court to the other. And what can she do here? Likes a big swing. Oh, that's not good. I don't know how that stayed in. Well, Heather Bowden likes to take a big swing at the ball. Her swings are big. Probably doesn't need to quite go that far. Well, now she's got the game ball. A little bit presumptuous before. I think I already called it. There we go. She got it this time. And 11-8, Heather Bowden over Hayley Rhodes. She goes up 2 games to 1. Takapuna Grammar against the Whangarei girls.
I toa Heather I te kēmu tua toru, te kaimatahi ki te waru. E ārahi Heather e rua kēmu ki te tahi, te kaimatahi ono waru ki te kaimatahi ki te waru. Nei mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa, e pūrei ana Heather no Takapuna Grammar, ki Hayley no te kura o Whangarei Girls. E arahi Auckland, aroa mai, Takapuna Grammar, Heather, e rua ngā kēmu ki te tahi, te kaimatahi ono waru ki te kaimatahi ki te waru.
Right, so Heather Bowden up by 2 games to 1 and 11-6, 8-11, 11-8 over Hayley Rhodes from Whangarei Girls. And we're looking at a fairly close contest here. It's just who can get the most depth. Heather Bowden doesn't seem to mind running. We've seen her play in juniors before. She's, she got the dead ball then. Run to the back corner and that was it. That was probably not the sound that it made, I think, Maiden. It just did not bounce. And 3-2. Let's see what Bowden can do there. Strikes it through fairly hard. Got both players just trying to go near the front. Hayley Rhodes really right inside. She's almost at the front wall half the time when she hits. Not this time though.
Oh.
Well, I thought she'd almost got to that one and was able to flick it back, but not quite.
Oh, was that out?
Considering you're not great at calling and my eyesight's terrible, between the two of us, I'll just stick with whatever they're going to call it. That's the thing though, when you're at an angle here from above and looking down on the angle compared to what's actually seen on court is so totally different. I mean, I've been here in this position with Evan Williams and Luamba Chalisi, etc. Sat here and asked them what they've thought of a shot, and they've said, well, if I was down on court, I think almost different to what we're seeing half the time, because it is just
it's different views.
Yeah, and the speed of the ball is different up here compared to what you're actually hitting on the court.
Yeah, it's quite cold in Wellington. When I came up here for a tournament, it was quite different. It was like a lot bouncier.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we've played, and that one against the wall and just nothing back. I mean, that is the thing. I mean, in France with the air, it'll still be pretty warm.
Yeah, I think they have a heat wave going on there in the moment, and they have, I think, 40 degrees, so I have to adjust to the heat, train with layers on. Yeah,
well, that's the thing. You're going to have to adjust to actually drinking more fluid before and after and during as well, and just, it'll be different. I mean, particularly for some of you players from either Wellington or the South Island. And yeah, she just raced away with that one. And about to win the match at this stage. The Bowden, no, not quite. There's one match point saved. And that was a bit of a nothing point. Let's see what she can do here. Better, I think. Come on, you've got to. Oh, no. You completely played that back at yourself. And she acknowledges that was a stroke. And that is it. 11-6 is the final. So it is a 3-1 that Heather Bowden from Takapuna Grammar gets that underway against Hayley Rhodes from Whangarei Girls. So that is one match to love for Takapuna Grammar against Whangarei Girls in this girls semi-final.
I toa Heather no Takapuna Grammar I roto I ngā kemu e whā, te kaumatahi ono, waru ki te kaumatahi, waru, te kaumatahi ono. E arahi te kura o Takapuna Grammar I mai ngā kemu e tahi. Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai, haere mai, ki ngā whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana a Sarah no Takapuna Grammar, ki Olivia no Whangarei Girls. E arahi ana te kura o Takapuna I te kēmu kotahi ki te kore.
All right, well, thank you very much there from Maiden Liko. Yeah, you're warming up there, Maiden. It's all right. You've got a few more matches to go tonight, well, potentially. And we do have the girls' final with the winner of this contest up against either Otamotai College or Otago Girls. And the players are on court. We have, yes, it's almost a repeat of the first game. We've got another Bowden, another Rhodes. This time it is Sarah Bowden and Olivia Rhodes on court. In fact, there's a lot of sisters and brothers throughout this tournament. In fact, for Otamotai, there's the Kennelly sisters, and there's Kayla Bowles there. I think her sister may be in the squad for the team as well for Otamotai. So there is brothers and sisters, a few brothers scattered throughout the teams as well. A real family affair with all of these teams from around the country. Seen Ruapehu College. I've spotted a few teams from up north, down south, all over the place as well. And great to have everybody here at the North Shore Squash Club, also Browns Bay Squash Club and Devonport Squash Club. But now let's get underway with this match. I think they've done the warm-up. They're pretty keen on an extended warm-up. Well, that's probably not the shot you wanted to warm up with. Let's get ready with this match about to get underway. You have Sarah Bowden in the white skirt and the black and gold. And we have Olivia Rhodes with Northland written over her back. And Maiden League Co. Talking about warm-ups. If you have a warm-up or a practice before a match that isn't so great, you go into the match, are you personally able to sort of switch off from that bad practice or that bad warm-up and then refocus again and start playing well? Is it really difficult?
Yes, it's very difficult. I just get paranoid. I'm going to roll something, I'm going to pull something.
Okay.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah. And so we already have in this girls' semi-final, we already have a one-love lead to Takapuna Grammar with Heather Bowden against Hayley Rhodes. And we're just about to get ready for this game to come underway, about another 30 seconds away. Just looking, and we'll ask another question to you, Maiden, about the world champs. I know you're sort of like, I'll just turn up and play. But, you know, do you know any of the other players? You know any of the other players from overseas that you'll be up against, or is it just
I don't know them personally, but I've heard of Amina Orfi, and apparently she's good. Yeah. I mean, there are some players like, you know, from India as well. You know, from India, from Egypt, from. I don't know about the Australians. Do you know much about the Australian juniors? No. We haven't really seen them, have we, the last couple of years because of COVID? Yeah, we haven't had our Oceania, so
yeah.
I don't know any of the Australians. Because
there is the Oceania tournament will be on this year in December, I think it is, in Australia. I think it's in Brisbane or somewhere like that. But yeah, the dates are out. So you want to go to Brisbane or go to Australia later in the year?
If it's in December, it won't be happening because I am in the US for the Canada and US Junior Open.
Goodness. Okay. Well, there you go. You've got some travel coming up this year. Let's get underway now with the Whangarei girls player Olivia Rhodes serving on the first point. See her there. With now the serve switches around after an error. And Sarah Bowden taking that first point. And pretty decisive second point there for Sarah Bowden, sorry. Make that 4-love as Sarah Bowden just gets on the momentum, and we're seeing just a couple of errors coming through for Olivia Rhodes. That's a nice shot And racing out to a 5-love lead already. And if she does take this, Sarah Bowden, well, it gives Takapuna Grammar a 2-love lead. Certainly no mucking around. She's keen to get on with it. I guess you want to do that. We're already up 6-love.
Oh, think it's gone. Yeah.
Well, there you go. She's on it. Yeah, it was a bit of a... Wow, she just kind of flicked at it and it worked very nicely. Needed to take a bit of a step at that, but was able to lunge at it and got a racket to it. And there you go. That's a nice shot from the serve. And up at 10-2 already. And let's see. It is Sarah Bowden taking the first game. 11-2 of the second match between Whangarei Girls and Takapuna Grammar. It is the semi-final. So Sarah Bowden 11-2 the first game over Olivia Rhodes.
I toa Sarah I te kēmu tuarua, te kaumatahi ki te rua. I arahi Sarah I ngā kēmu e rua ki te kore, te kaumatahi ki te rua. Aro mai, te kēmu tuatahi. Nei mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E arahi Sarah no Takapuna Grammar I te kēmu tuatahi, te kaumatahi ki te rua.
All right, so that is Sarah Bowden, 11-2 winning the first against Olivia Rhodes. And yes, you have heard those names before because we have had the Rhodes and the Bowdens. Okay. Just to let you know that Whangarei boys did defeat Hamilton to make it through the final, and Whangarei boys will take on Auckland Grammar for the title. Should be interesting. Auckland Grammar looking for their first title since 2008 in the boys. And there we go, the 3-love lead. Well, just starting to whittle away again as Sarah Bowden gets her first point and Olivia Rhodes just trying to hang on there. Didn't have the greatest of starts in the first game. And there we go, that's what she's got to do. Get into a good position where she can drive through the ball and hit it nice and deep with a little bit of pace. Certainly helps.
Sarah's out.
So let's see where we're at now. Just much closer now. She's got the 4 points. Oh, got it. Not sure what that was. I think the thing was she'd managed to get up there so quickly. She'd done a lot of retrieving and wasn't able to perhaps rebalance herself to try again for the shot. She's doing a lot of running. Very similar. Oh, that's a stroke.
I know that call.
You got that one? Yeah, that was a stroke. It was almost a direct hit on herself. And turns things around. Sarah Bowden plays very similar to her sister Heather, who was in the earlier match. Able to run and retrieve, and very happy to do that. Don't forget, you can watch tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock. It'll be the girls' final, followed by the boys. Free to tune on in, thanks to Whakatā Māori. And it should be entertaining to watch. Let's see what we're going to do here from 8 or what tactics will play out, or we're just looking for the error. That's a nice high serve. I'm not sure what that was. A really casual shot, wasn't it, mate? Just very, very casual. She's up now with a game ball. Here's Olivia Rhodes. Different shots coming up. Oh, that's a nice one. That was a great cross-court forehand. Kept very low, very difficult to get at. She's a master at those shots, isn't she? Just sort of, I wouldn't say casually playing at it, but it looks that way from here. And that is one game apiece. First game to Sarah Bowden. Second game to Olivia Rhodes from Whangarei Girls, 11-9.
I toa Olivia i te kēmu tuarua, te kaumatahi ki te iwa. Kua whakahoki mai rā no Olivia i tētahi kēmu. Tahi, i toa Olivia te kaumatahi ki te iwa, i toa Sarah i te kēmu tuatahi, te kaumatahi ki te rua. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Sarah mai Takapuna Grammar, ki Olivia no te kura o Whangarei Girls. I whakahoki mai rā no Olivia i ētahi o ngā kēmu, tahi.
So it is Sarah Bowden racing away with the second, and not sure what happened there in the racing away with the third. We're getting there. We've got a few matches that we've gone through so far today, Maiden, that we're getting mixed up between second and third. But Bowden 11-2 up in the first, and then dropped the second 9-11, and now 7-1 up. It's just been quick fire. Make that 8-1. Yeah, it's just one of those matches, isn't it, Maiden, that you sort of click your fingers and it's almost over. There really hasn't been the rhythm in this contest at all. 10-1. Okay. Well, there you go. This is a semi-final, and the winner of this will go on to play either Otamotai or Tauranga girls. At the moment, Otamotai are up by 2 matches to love. And looking at the finals tomorrow. There we go, 11-2. So that is 2 games to 1 for Sarah Bowden over Olivia Rhodes. She won the first 11-2. Dropped the second 9-11 and won the third 11-2.
I toa Sarah I te kemu tuarua, te kaumatai ki te rua. E arahi Sarah I ngā kemu e rua ki te tahi, rua te kaumatahi ki te iwa, rua ki te kaumatahi. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana a Sarah no Takapuna Grammar ki Olivia no te kura o Whangarei Girls. E arahi a Sarah I ngā kemu rua tahi.
All right, that is 2 games to 1 for Sarah Bowden over Olivia Rhodes. Bowden from Takapuna Grammar, Rhodes from Whangarei Girls. Of course, we've had Heather Bowden defeat Hayley Rhodes in 4 games earlier on. And the winner of this match takes on either Otamotai College, who are up 2-0 at the moment against Tauranga Girls. And the boys' final, well, that's from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Whangarei Boys against Auckland Grammar. Should be a good one there. So that is 8 o'clock. And certainly some good individual players in both of those teams. The girls' final follows at 11 o'clock. Let's just see what we've got there. Nice high serve. And they couldn't quite get that one. A little bit jammed up against the wall. Not much of bounce either. And that one, good depth there. So, Maiden Lee, while we've got you, your family, I know that your mother plays squash. What about any brothers and sisters, father?
My brother doesn't play and my dad does not play either. He's more of a league fan.
Ah, okay. So you and your mum can spend time together. Not anymore.
Yeah.
But does she still play even though she lost to you? She didn't give up because of that.
Nah, we joke about it now.
We're going stroke. We are. Yep, and there we go. That's the stroke. Oh, that was an interesting boast. Had no power on it. It just seemed to drop off the front wall. And nothing for the opponent. 7-4. And that sort of quizzical flick, forehand flick by Olivia Rhodes, which is almost questioning the ball. Can you make it over? And it did on that occasion. Oh, she gets those ones back. And oh, yeah. Okay, that one worked nicely. Well done. Oh, that was close to going out. That very early boast seemed to work, and we're back at 7-all. So from being down quite a considerable margin, she is back, and it's just looking, well, I was about to say back, and it's just it's switched again. There we go. These points are really pretty quick. Blink for a second and it could change around. And it is Olivia Rhodes hanging in there. She's determined to take this to 4 or 5 or who knows what. She's had a good whack there from front of the court. Oh, yeah, takes the point. And really seen it in that game, but she's got the game point. Oh, takes it. And it takes it 11-9. Well, it looks like a really weird pattern here, I've got to say, man, because Sarah Bowden took the first and the third, both 11-2. Meanwhile, Olivia Rhodes took the second and the fourth, both 11-9. Sort of gone 11-2, 9-11, 11-2, 9-11.
I toa Olivia I te kemu tuawha, te kaumatahi ki te iwa. Kua whai ia o ngā kohine nei I ngā kemu e rua, ka hoki atu mātou ki te kemu whakamutunga. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Sarah no te kura o Takapuna Grammar ki Olivia no te kura o Whangarei Girls. Kua whai ia o ngā kohine nei i ngā kēmu e rua. I toa Olivia i te kēmu tua toru, takaumatahi ki te iwa. Ai.
There we go, it is 2 games apiece. Sarah Bowden against Olivia Rhodes. And the weird pattern that comes through with Bowden winning her 2 games 11-2 and 11-2, whereas Rhodes winning her 2 games 11-9, 11-9. And it is the Whangarei Girls player who has the 2-point to love it lead over the Takapuna Grammar player Sarah Bowden. Just a fair bit of running done by Sarah Bowden, with Olivia Rhodes able to hit these sort of very flat shots, particularly on the backhand, that seem to come off quite nicely. She's on the board now. Let's have a look on the board. Sarah Bowden, and this the 5th. Love 3 down to 3 all, and make that 4-3. And that ball just kind of died at the back corners, and no bounce up. And it means that Sarah Bowden stays well within this game, and then does that big sweeper. You're liking that one there, maiden shot?
Quite a nice dying wing. Oh.
And 6-5 up now. Sets herself up nicely, slows the ball down. And on this occasion, it's Olivia Rhodes having to do all the running. Oh, and just stuck close to the wall. So 6 apiece. This is the 5th game. The winner of this will take on either Otamotai or Tauranga Girls. And we'll check on the score there in just a moment as to who's going to be the winner. That's a nice shot. I like that one. Plenty of power there, maiden. That's one of your shots. Plenty of power. And 8-6. We've had these little turnarounds before, though. Let's see if she can hold on to this lead. Oh, that shot was a little loose. Oh, managed to get it back off the body. Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Oh, no. I seriously thought that Olivia Rhodes had lost that point more than once. And I don't know how she recovered, but well done. And it is now 9-7, just a couple points away from taking the match and a 2-love lead for her school. They're 1 point away. Let's see if she can wrap it up here on the first game and first match point. And there we go, it is 11-7 in the final. So the full score to Sarah Belden from Takapuna Grammar over Olivia Rhodes was 11-2, 9-11, 11-2, 9-11, 11-7.
I toa a Sarah no te kura o Takapuna Grammar i roto i ngā kēmu e rima. Te kaumatahi rua, iwa ki te kaumatahi, te kaumatahi rua, iwa ki te kaumatahi, and te kaumatahi ki te whitu. Kua whai ia ko ngā kura kei te tākoro i te ahi nei o Takapuna Grammar ki te kura o whangarei. Tēnā rā koutou katoa, nau mai ki ngā whakataetai poipatu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Justine no te kura o Takapuna Grammar, ki Chelsea no te kura o Whangarei Girls. E arahi te kura o Takapuna mai ngā kiemu e rua ki te kore.
All right, thank you there to Maiden League Ho as we get underway in this match. It is the potential match where Takapuna Grammar could go straight through to the final to take on either Otamotai or Tauranga Girls. At the moment we have Takapuna Grammar leading by 2 matches to love. They need a 3 to make it through. Whangarei Girls are needing to win this match to stay in it. And we have Justine Porsche against Chelsea Trail from Whangarei, Justine from Takapuna Grammar. We should expect some good high quality squash here. We've got good coaches around them. And Justine with Manu Yam. And it is Chelsea Trail. Well, for this tournament, their coach is Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist, very well known in the Northland region. But Paul Hornsby, when he's in the country, of course away at the moment with the Commonwealth Games team, he goes up to Whangarei and teaches there as well. So let's now just get ready for these players to just make their way into the match. I mean, 3-all as each one of them steadies themselves. There's plenty of power out there as well. And the noise from the other court that you can hear is from the Marlborough boys top team. They got beaten. They're happy to support anyone. And I think at the moment they're supporting Otamotai. Or maybe Tauranga Girls. It's hard to know with these guys. But they're having plenty of fun. And it is now 6-4 for Justine. She's got a nice record there, 6-4 up. Four and bang, away. Oh, good recovery. Oh, very good running there from Chelsea Trail. Oh, goodness, she's run down everything. And she's still going. Still going. Oh, and now she's in a good position. After all that running, lunging and everything else. And well played by Justine to staying in it, and also well played by Chelsea Trail to actually just keep on going in that rally. She was all over the place. I'm sure Justine Porsche was just thinking, go away, stop it. And 9-5 now to the Takapuna Grammar student, Justine Porsche. And he drops that one. Not going away easily. So there we go. This is the first game ball for Justine Porsche. And against, just misses that one. Didn't quite time it against the wall. Probably needed to go forward to it a little bit more rather than wait for it. That's better. Well, what do you think about that, Maiden? She's a decent runner.
Running.
Yeah, 11-7 was the first game there to Justine Porsche, but Chelsea Trail showing us in this first game she does not mind running at all. But boy, she's going to be hurting in the next game. So 11-7 first game to Justine Porsche from Takapuna Grammar up against Whangarei Girls, Chelsea Trail.
I toa a Justine I te kēmu tuatahi te kaumatahi ki te whitu, E arahi Justine i ngā kēmu mai te kēmu kotahi. Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E arahi Justine i te kēmu tuatahi, te kauma tahi ki te whitu.
Well, thank you very much there for Maiden Lee, and as she mentioned, it was Justine Porsche 11-7 up against Chelsea Trail from Whangarei Girls, and the winner of this contest between Takapuna Grammar and Whangarei Girls will take on either Otamotai or Tauranga Girls. At the moment it's Otamotai up by 2-1, and on court at the moment is Kayla Bowles, and she is up against let's see, who is she up against? We'll just go through. I think it's Shara Lewitt. I think it is. No, we'll just check on that. And yeah, so it's 2-1 Otamotai, and I think some of the Marlborough boys are just doing a little bit of a joke on the side there. Probably. Let's just have a look now as Takapuna Grammar, and it is Justine Porsche taking the first 11-7 against Chelsea Trail. The very much athletic Chelsea Trail able to run down just about anything. But Porsche's up 4-1 now, 4 points to 1 game to love. So 7-2 up. She races away with the second game. You just have to wonder how much of a toll it's taking on Chelsea Trail. The effort that she put into several points in the first game. And 8-2 up now. A huge amount of running and retrieving. And that's a better shot. And don't waste your time running all the time when you're going in a short point. Oh, that was a nice shot from the back. And, takes 9-3 lead. And drives through the ball, pretty quick on the serve. Very casual return of the serve there, very casual. But it was effective. And that's a nice shot there. Explain the ankles. I think both of these players, albeit near the end of the second, are probably feeling a little bit fatigued. They would have played earlier on today. And also, it's getting a little bit later on in the day. They've been waiting around for a long time to play their matches. That takes a lot out of you, probably more so than what people think. And there's the error, and there is the second game. So 2 games to love now for Justine Porsche from Takapuna Grammar against Chelsea Trail from Whangarei Girls. 2 games to love.
I toa a Justine I te kēmu tuarua, te kaumatahi ki te rima, e arahi a Justine I te kēmu nei mai ngā kēmu e rua. Nei mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patukura tuarua o Aotearoa e pūrei ana a Justine no te kura o Takapuna ki Chelsea no te kura o Whangarei Girls. He arahi a Justine I te kēmu nei, rua kēmu ki te kore.
Well, there we have it. 2 games to love for Takapuna Grammar's Justine Porsche against Chelsea Trail from Whangarei Girls. The first 11-7, the second 11-5. And just a reminder that the winner of this contest will take on the winner of Otamotai College up against Tauranga Girls. And currently they are on court at 2 games or 2 matches to 1 up Otamotai College. And we have still on court playing. It is Kayla Bowles, and she is up against Selma Hassan. So those 2 players on the court at the moment, but it's looking fairly good at this stage for Otamotai, who are the defending champs. Got some solid lineup of players there, and Erin Wiley, Grace Spencer, there's Genevieve Kennelly, Hope Kennelly, and Kayla Bowles, and also Mia Bowles as well. It's just basically a family affair. And Tauranga Girls, most of the players actually do play at the Du Bois Squash Club from both the schools. So let's look 3-1 now. See if the athletic ability of Chelsea Trail can come through. And she's willing to chase everything down, but it must be hurting. She's done so much chasing. The little scoop shot there, very effective for Justine Porsche. It might not have been textbook, but hey, if it wins you the point, who cares? And takes her up to, where is she now, 6-2. And, well, she's just keen to wrap this up. Remembering that players are back here for the boys' final at 8 o'clock in the morning. If we can get everything finished, the earlier the better. And I think, you know, the last thing you want to be here is still playing at 9 o'clock at night when you've got to be back less than 12 hours later. Oh, just, not able to reach for that one. And it is 3-7. Oh my goodness, that was a very high lift on that serve. So high, it was above the line. Always fascinating with different sports, what constitutes being in. And tennis on the lines in, and squash on the lines out. Football and rugby are totally different again as well. It's got to cross the line in football. There's no one set rule. I think in badminton it's shuttlecock lands on the line, it's in. It's just one of those things here. Let's see what we can do. Strokes through that serve fairly quickly. Oh, powerful shot. Return. It's angle. Oh, that's good. That was a good point. Yeah. I think she guessed or knew where her opponent was, and I was just able to just dab it up for a little shot. And she's up 9-5 now as Justine Porsche. Oh, 1-2. And another point. 10-5. There we go. It's match ball already. Racing through it. And this could be Takapuna Grammar going through to the final 3-love. And controlling this point, and there you go, it is. 11-5. Yes, it is.
Yep, 11-5.
Yes, it is. 11-7, 11-5, 11-5. It is now.
No, no, it was down.
Well, yeah, that's you got that right. Here's me celebrating. It's not quite.
Now it
okay, now it's 11-6. No apologies for that. It was a miss score. So 11-7, 11-5, 11-6, and that is Justine Porsche and Takapuna Grammar, a win over Chelsea Trail and Whangarei Girls.
Okay. I toa a Justine no te kura o Takapuna Grammar, I roto I ngā kēmu e toru, te kauma tahi ki te whitu, te kauma tahi ki te rima, te kauma tahi ki te ono, ki a Chelsea no te kura o Whangarei Girls. E arahi te kura, kua toke te kura o Takapuna Grammar.
And it is Takapuna Grammar who will go through to the final. And that final for the girls will be against Otamotai College or Tauranga Girls. And that'll be from 11 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll come back shortly as we get ready for the remaining matches. And it looks as though, no, we're still going with Kayla Bowles and her match. We'll come back, not too far away.
Nau mai hoki mai ki ngā whakataetai poi patu kura tuarua o Aotearoa. E pūrei ana Jordan Chapman no whangarei ki Sarah. Kua toa ke aroa mai, a Takapuna Grammar. Nā reira, karehe hua e putana mai I tēnei kēmu.
So there we are. This is the dead match as such. It is Jordan Chapman from Whangarei, and she is up against Settle Jakani from Takapuna Grammar. Of course, Takapuna Grammar have already won their way through to the final, 3-love, and they will take on Otamotai College, who have scored a 3-1 win over Tauranga Girls, and that final will be from 11 o'clock tomorrow. So the boys' final, Whangarei Boys up against Auckland Grammar, that's from 8 o'clock, and the girls' final is Takapuna Grammar up against Otamotai College from 11.